Did you get Mr. Foster? Mr. Smith, I'm ready to call the meeting, if you're ready. All right, it's 6:01 p.m. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Please rise for the pledge and invocation and pledge of allegiance. Please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you recognizing that we are all unique individuals with different perspectives and opinions. We ask for your grace to unite us in harmony and understanding. Help us to listen to one another with open hearts and minds, valuing each person's contribution to make the best decisions that we can for our city. In your name we pray, amen.
Amen.
And now the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Y'all may be seated. Thank you all for coming tonight. This is a regular council meeting. It is March 6, 2025. We do have one member absent, but we do have a quorum present. Okay, agenda item number 2, mayor announcements. I do not have any actual announcements, other than I guess everyone knows next week is spring break for Keene ISD. But outside of that, I think we're good. Does any other council members have any announcements that they would like to make? No? Okay. Moving on to agenda item number 3, public comments. I received one yellow card. Jennifer Slayton, would you like to speak?
Hi, Jen Slayton, 200 Pine Street, Keene. And I want to just say real quick, prayers and thoughts to Mr. and Mrs. Schramm, Cheryl and Wes. I know that he became ill, and I just wanted him to know that they're really good people, that many of us have them in their thoughts and prayers. I don't know if they're going to attend another meeting, but hopefully they'll get the word out that thoughts and prayers are with you guys. There are a lot of people praying for you too right now, and nothing but the best for you guys on the months to come. And also, welcome back to my awesome friend, Yolanda Romanelli and Kevin. And prayers to you, Kevin, on your continued recovery. You're a tough guy. Just know that I'm marveled by everything you've been through and that you continue to get stronger on your journey on betterment for your health. Glad that you guys are back. You were very, very missed. Thank you, guys. Welcome back. And thank you, Troy, Rob, and welcome to the new city attorney. Yeah, I've enjoyed watching you. You're awesome. And Mr. C, thank you. And Holly, awesome job as a secretary. And Kip and John Martin and Mrs. Overstreet. I don't know you much, but I know we talked a little bit. Good to talk to you. And I just want to shout out to all of you guys for the betterment of Keene. Thank you guys for everything that you do. And haters only make us greater.
All right, thank you, Ms. Slayton. Is there anybody else that did not turn in a yellow card that would like to speak?
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
can I speak?
Sure, go ahead.
I had some people reach out to me, and I just wanted to say thank you for reaching out to me. So there was some concerns with the last council meeting, and I just wanted to remind the citizens that that's what we're here for. So after the last meeting, I did get spoken to by several citizens throughout the last 2 weeks, and it's just been a pleasure to speak with them, to get to know their thoughts on some of the things that we're talking about. So that was number one. Number two, we heard some things last time we were in council by an individual who was a little upset with the fact that we weren't getting along, and I want to put it on a spin that I feel is a positive, and I want people to understand how I feel through this process, is that I'm trying to work with these individuals in a way that makes a positive, just makes a positive outlook for Keene, and sometimes that does cause debate. Does this mean that I hate these guys up here? Not at all. So healthy debate, I think, is a positive thing, because it does bring to light some of the things that we are trying to get to the bottom of. So I know sometimes it doesn't all look rosy up here, and I've seen it from the seats that that citizens sit in. I've sat out there for 3 years, and it's hard to watch some of these talks, because you want to get up there and you want to say something, and you think you have all the points to make, and they're not doing it just the way you want. But I feel like when I talk to our city manager and I talk with our city secretary, that we're still moving in a positive direction. So I just want people to know that sometimes even a good, healthy debate has been immensely helpful in trying to find these solutions. So thank you to all of the people that come forward to give feedback. We're listening, or I'm listening at least, and we are trying to do our best up here. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Okay, moving on to agenda item number 4A, reports, city manager comments.
Good evening, council, citizens, those on TV and here. So continuing on that, again, I try to focus on the positive. We do have our new finance director that will be starting, looks like March 31st. We also are in the process of, even though she's not here, she is in the process of interviewing our accounting technicians that have applied, and so she's moving through that, and the goal is to have kind of the finance department, which has been, it's been weighing on me 3 months in, and so, of course, I very much want to give a shout out to Charles for him continuing to stay on and ensuring that the department that he created gets handed over in good hands, and so Mira will be that person, and she will be, I think she'll do a great job. Wanted to update you on the sidewalk grant. We will not be getting this year. There was only the top 8 were awarded this year. This does come back every year, and so we will apply for it again next year. In a way, it's probably a good thing, because some of those things to get awarded we don't have in place. And this resident community program grant, that's the $300,000 that'll give us research and insight into our city and infrastructure and needs, is one of those things that will immensely help get that grant. We were down in the 40s, and so they feel like this will help us get up there to have a better chance of receiving it next year. And honestly, I think we'll be in a better place, because right now we're just trying to build the foundation and the stability of the team. So at this time, I would actually like to invite our development director, Don Martin, up to continue the good news that we're finally getting numbers in and all that good stuff. And I think the council and our citizens will be glad to hear of the progress of our city.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I've been busy doing some year-end reports for 2024 through COG and Census Bureau and stuff like that, and coming across doing residential permits and commercial permits that were issued in 2024. And in 2024, we had a total of valuation, this is a valuation of commercial permits, was $11.1 million of projects. Residential, we had 7.9 million, almost $8 million worth of new homes under construction in 2024. About half of those have been completed already. The others are coming, and more are coming as well. So those are some good positive numbers that are going to help us in the long run.
And how many permits were pulled?
Residential, it was 55 total, and about 22 have been completed already.
Yeah. So actually, Mr. Chapman and I drove him to see that community during one of our scheduled meetings, and it was really, really good to see. And the wild thing, to put this in perspective, if you think about it, that is basically a half of a year with only one development. And we've got 3 that are going to be coming online this year to start their building. So again, a lot of positive, and of course that means revenue to the city so that we can get some of these other things taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Could you update the public a little bit about what's happening at the park that's on 4th Street? Some citizens were asking me what's going on. They just laid some concrete. Sorry, Mr. Martin. They just laid some concrete. They want to know what's the plan for the park? What's the rest of that's going to happen?
Well, that was kind of the first step. In order to do anything in the park, there had to be some off-street parking. So that was the first step, was to put a parking lot in. Now we can have the discussion with B-Board and then come to council about naming the park, what needs to go there, what wants to go there, and get input from the citizens.
Okay.
But the first step was we had to have a place for people to park in order to use it.
How many parking places is that?
It's just 4.
Okay, I couldn't tell.
Yeah, it's right at 2 acres.
Is one of them going to be
Area.
handicap?
Right,
Parking
one will
spot?
be handicapped,
Okay,
yes.
one handicap and for regular. Okay.
Right,
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
you're welcome.
Yeah, so progress there, and then we've got some other potential projects we're bringing to the boards that, particularly the B-Board, that'll, again, be, good things for our community and our citizens. And then lastly, I kind of put this on the manager's report because I know, again, I don't know everything, obviously. And so I even had question about kind of stop sign ordinances and all that stuff. So I'm really just kind of telling this as more of kind of an education to the citizens and the population. I think the big concern was, oh my goodness, we're going to have a city full of 4-way stops if we don't have a process. Well, we're already doing the process the way our attorney educated me, so I'm just kind of in turn passing it back to those that aren't aware. That is the process. Someone comes to a council member and they say, hey, I really think that, we need to put a 4-way stop there. And at that point, council comes together and they can determine, well, let's do a traffic study. Let's ask the police chief how many accidents happen there. We can get data points, and then at that point, you guys just vote and decide on whether or not that stop sign should happen. So I'm good with it. I don't want to add more processes and procedures that aren't necessary, and this is the way other cities handle things. So it's, like I said, just more of a FYI as I'm learning with you. So, and I think that's all I have.
Any questions for Mr. Sides? Okay, thank you, Mr. Sides. All right, there is no public hearing tonight, so we can skip agenda item number 5 and move on to agenda item number 6, consent agenda. We just have 2 items on it. Counselor, is there any of these items that you would like to remove for discussion? If not, then I just need a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda as presented by Foster and a second by Gutwa. All in favor, raise your hand. It's unanimous. Motion is carried. All right, agenda item number 7A, review, discuss, and consider and take action on awarding the base bid for the 2024 CDBG Fairview Street reconstruction, as well as a portion of the additive to HD Cook's Rock Solid Inc. for the total contract amount of $416,330.68. All right, Mr. Martin, are you going to present?
Yes, ma'am. Good-
Okay.
Hello again. Let's see, City of Keene was awarded a TDA, CDBG grant, number CDB 23-0359 to reconstruct a portion of Fairview Street from East 4th to approximately East Hillcrest Street. This qualified for the grant because of the Annex Center and the food bank that was on East First Street. There's a typo there, which is utilized by the whole community. That helped us get that grant, was because the whole city uses that particular area. Jacob and Martin prepared the bid documents and plans. They solicited bids. Bids were opened in September, and only 2 bids were received on the final day of the bid process. Both those bids were well over the amount of the grant and matching funds by almost $130,000. So with council, we decided, and you voted to rebid the project. We had that bid opening a couple of weeks back in February. The project was shortened slightly to 3rd Street instead of going all the way to 4th Street to meet the total project cost of $435,000. This time, 10 bids were received. You should have those in your packet, and you should have the 10 bids that were received. And the lowest base bid was $365,756.60 from HD Cooks Rock Solid Inc. Jacob and Martin does have a letter of recommendation in there on their findings. They did a background check. And they also recommend, with staff, that council approve a motion to award the contract to HD Cooks Rock Solid Inc. with the base bid of $365,756.60, as well as a portion of the added alternative bid for a total contract amount of $416,330.68. And I'll let Mr. Derek Turner kind of explain the rest of that to you.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you, Mr.
Good evening,
Mayor.
Mayor. Thank you, Council. Don went through most of it. The additive alternate was basically to pick up the piece from 3rd to 4th that we had in the original bid that we lopped off in the base bid so that we could ensure that we had good pricing. And we did get 10 bids. We had very good pricing this time, I think. The bids varied in a way that would they were close enough that you would see that there was some very good pricing. The one thing Don wanted me to look at is you have the ability to award the base bid and any portion of the additive alternate. That's the way the bid was worded. And so roughly every 100 feet of additional pavement that you add or reconstruction that you add would be in the neighborhood of $50,000 to $51,000 of additional cost. And so you could elect to award the base bid. You could elect to award it based on what my letter said, which was an additional roughly 100 feet of additional reconstruction. That leaves a small amount of contingency in the project, which I would recommend in the neighborhood of $20,000. If you chose to put more money into it, you could certainly do that and do additional work. And again, an additional 100 feet of pavement based on the pricing we got would roughly be another $50,000. So you've got about 600 feet between the end of the base bid at 3rd Street and 4th Street. So that's the option you have as far as what you add. Do you guys have questions about it?
Mr. Foster, go ahead.
So if we were to take it all the way to 4th, we need another 500 more feet, is that what you're saying? Because it's about 118 feet, if I've read this letter correctly, that's going to go past 3rd.
Beyond what the additional that I recommended would be, that's correct. Roughly a little less than 500 feet. You're talking about on the base bid, you're roughly on a foot, instead of square yards, if you put it on a footage basis, you've got about 1,100 feet. And then if you added the entire additive alternate, it'd be another 600. Right, correct, yes, yes, sir.
So just explain to everyone again, how far down this street is it going before we stop? Where are we getting to? We
So
starting
it's
at-
starting at Hillcrest and it's going to 3rd Street, which is
Okay.
roughly 1,100 feet
Okay,
on the base bid.
okay.
And if you accept the
The
additional
additive,
100
it'll take
feet,
it all
that
the way
would
to
get
4th
you
Street.
just roughly, obviously 100 feet south of 3rd Street.
What does that leave left of that street? Half of it
Oh, no,
to take it from there all the way to Pioneer?
less than a quarter.
Yeah. If we tried to finish off the whole road from Hillcrest all the way to Pioneer on Fairview.
Well, that'd be a lot.
Oh, yeah, we're going
South.
you're going the other, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right, any other questions, Mr. Turner?
I have a question. So based on, you have said that we have to leave 20,000 for contingency. And I know the amount that we got from the grant was $500,000. So if we are going to spend the 416,000, we have a balance there that is almost 74,000. So how does that work?
So
balance?
the construction budget, so you got a total of 500,000 through the grant that covered engineering and administration. There's also a grant administrator that has a fee, and so the total project was 500 plus the city's match, but the construction budget was 435,000. So the 416 plus the 20 that I was recommending you keep for contingency would get you to roughly to the 435.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, Ms.
Just want to get the council's ideas on this. You know, there's $75,000 in our street fund, which was started last year. We could put that money in this and get another 100 feet down the road if we wanted to spend our money that way.
Yeah, do we know how much we have in that street fund total?
I think it's 175.
It's roughly 76,000.
Okay.
So we did not put in the 100,000 that there was
Well,
the
this
first time
all predates me, but from what I
Yeah.
understand,
we put the first time 70,000.
Some
We
of
had the
it-
75,000, and this fiscal year, I thought we were adding 100,000 to that.
Yes.
oh, so
It might not be in there yet, but that's what we were adding to it.
I'm just talking about cash in the bank.
Oh,
No.
okay.
For that
Okay.
fund is 76, and that 1,000 is from interest. So
Okay, thank you.
When are they going to be starting this project? Do we have time to make this decision to add to it if we don't make it tonight?
I mean, you can certainly take some time to do that. They will start, when you do make that decision and award it, we'll start within probably a month.
Okay. So if we wanted to find out from our finance director if we have any extra money, we could bring it back at the next meeting and then say add to it and tell them that before they start, and that way they can make the full plan.
Yeah, you need to, so you've got a couple of options. One is to award it based on the bids we got, which takes some portion of the additive alternates and make that a part of the contract.
Okay,
If you did it after the fact, it would be a change order, and then they would have the option to increase that price if they
Oh,
wanted
okay.
to. So I'm not suggesting what you're doing, I mean, that's perfectly fine, but you want to do it all at once before the award, before the contract is executed,
okay.
if that makes sense.
So when do we have to break ground on this before we get in trouble?
The end of the contract with the state for the grant is February of '26. I would anticipate if we get started within the next month or so, this will be completed over the summer. And so you'll have a few months leeway. I would not push it more than a month because we've still got to execute contracts and get everything going there.
Just,
Okay,
go ahead.
you can. Okay, I have a question, a general one. I know in the past, we have had a situation where we gave some contract to some of the contractors, and they fixed the road, and then 3 months, 6 months later, we had to go back to try to fix. Of course, they always have an option to pay for that, but for this instance, the city had to come in and get some money again to fix the road because of the way the contract agreement was kind of stipulated. So how are we going to make sure that this time the Fairview doesn't turn like these other streets that we have been dealing with workmanship, poor workmanship?
So none of us here can make any guarantees for the contractor. They had very good references. That's the first step, is to make sure, you know, the company you're awarding to is reputable and has a good history. They had very good references in this case. When the project is done, there will be testing performed at every step of every stage of the construction. and oversight on what they're doing. And so, you know, that's pretty much all you can do is, you know, maintain the quality control that's available to you, and that's what we'll do. You know, at the end of the day, they have to perform the work and they have to do it correctly. Now, they're bonded, so if they do something that is not adequate, and it meets all the other criteria, then you would have the option to either go into their, assuming they were not willing to make good on it on their own, you would have the option to go to their bond company and require restitution from the bond company. There's also a warranty on the project, so for a year after they complete the work, if anything goes wrong in that time, you also have the, you know, they're required to come back and repair it.
Okay, thank you.
Just wanted to throw in there that that last 400 or 500 feet of Fairview Street is actually in fairly good shape. I don't want to wait too long on this because, like I said, we have deadlines that we have to meet with the grants, when it has to be awarded and stuff like that. And I hate to lose the whole project over 400 or 500 feet of street.
I agree with Mr. Martin. I think we just need to go ahead and approve this and let them get started on it. And if we want to come back later and have them add to it, we can. And chances are they're not going to change the price that much or do anything if we chose to do that. But we're only talking maybe 100 feet we could do anyways.
Well, they could, because anytime you put a change order in, all bets are off.
Yeah, I mean, you have no, you can't hold them to the original pricing. It would, you know, if they were willing to do that, and often that's the case, but if they were willing to hold it, then you could take advantage of that, but there's no guarantee that they would.
Well, if we wanted to go ahead and do it tonight and add in another 100 feet, how would we do that with the paperwork we're processing? We just add this to the motion and then you go back to them and then have them draw it up?
Yeah, we'll draw up the contract. I mean, you have that ability.
You haven't drawn it up yet.
Regardless of what I mean, they've already bid it based on that
Okay.
additional work. So if you choose to do that, we'll just draw up the contract that way.
Okay, so yeah, you haven't drawn it up yet then, so we're not holding that off yet. Okay.
Correct.
Mayor,
Mr. Smith?
I'm just going to throw this out there. In the painting industry, just a month ago, I just got an increase in paint, right? So here again, if we award just this portion and they, you know, the prices end up going higher, then, you know, we are going to pay a different price, right? So, but if we wait 2 weeks to find that extra money or figure out the solution to this extra feet, well, then I think it would be smart to wait just so we can get it all in one contract, because prices do jump, and with inflation, it's possible. So I'm not sure. I'm not telling you we're gonna
Are we just talking
save
about
money.
spending another 51,000 out of that 76,000 we think we have in the fund?
Well, I think, I haven't driven that street in a while, and I'm going to rely on Mr. Martin's expertise there. What, you said the rest of the street is in pretty good shape?
Structurally, it's in pretty good shape. There's a couple of spots where you can see where it's sunken a little bit, like where the sewer line was put in years ago. But structurally, the rest of the street is in good shape.
We might could use our money somewhere else
That is worse.
more beneficially?
Correct. That's my opinion.
Well, I value that.
Thank you.
Well, I know I drive that into the street pretty regularly because Mom lives up there on the corner of 3rd and Fairview. And it's not that bad down there on the south end by 4th. It's not a whole lot of traffic down through there. It's not bad at all.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and make a motion.
Okay,
Okay.
go ahead, sir.
Make a motion to award the base bid for the 2024 CDBG Fairview Street Reconstruction, CDV 23-0359, as well as a portion of the additive to HD Cooks Rock Solid Incorporated for the total contract amount of $416,330.68.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to approve awarding the base bid for the 2024 CDBG Fairview Street Reconstruction, CDV 23-0359, as well as a portion of the additive to HD Cooks Rock Solid Inc. for the total contract amount of $416,330.68 by Foster, and a second by Shaw. Any further discussion on this motion?
Oh, Mayor, the only thing I have about this is if you look on Eastern, right now, because of the construction that is going on, you can see a lot of activities where they're trying to put in maybe the gas line. So are we sure that after fixing this, there's no any other, kind of construction or anything that might affect the project? Like, are they gonna come back and start tearing through, trying to put the fiber optics?
As of right now, there's nothing planned for Fairview Street.
Oh.
Eastern is different because, yes, they are tying into those gas lines in different spots, replacing it, upsizing it for the canyons. So the gas company will repair that street and put it back to the way it was. But right now, in the near future, there's no plans for anything on Fairview Street.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Foster and a second by Shaw. All in favor, raise your hand. It's unanimous, motion is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys, appreciate it.
And next time, can we get a little bit bigger font on this, fellas? Good night.
All right, agenda item number 7B. Review, discuss, and consider changing the schedule of regular city council meetings. So this item is coming back to us because it was tabled. We were discussing making the meetings just once a month, so that is up for a discussion again tonight. And I think the discussion was that we were going to keep the first meeting of the month, and we were going to consider canceling the third meeting of the month. That way, the boards can meet during the month, and then we'll get all their information, and then it will come back to us at the first of each month and try to make us a little more efficient.
What kind of time frame is this going to affect us
Time frame as far as what?
as our meetings?
As far as making them longer?
Yeah.
Well, the last one was 5 hours, so.
Yeah.
I really don't think it's going to change it a whole lot, I mean, as far as that, but, I mean, it's something that we can always consider if we ever get, like I said, if we ever find out there's a whole lot of information that we need to do in one meeting, we can just call a special meeting.
call a special
And call the
meeting, yeah.
special meeting on the third Thursday, and then we can still have it, so.
Yeah.
We just would spread it out, so there might be a month we do that, and then the next month we might be fine to only hold one meeting, so we
Okay.
could do that.
I, for one, would like to see us have a track record of at least 2 in a row, getting out of here before 9 or 10 o'clock at night, before we haul off and make this a permanent thing.
Mayor, may I say something, please?
Sure.
So it's been my experience through business that when people are faced with a task, they tend to make the task happen. Instead of waiting and waiting and waiting for everybody to get used to it and figure it out, let's just face ourselves with the task and let's do it.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak to this?
And I would tell you something else. I think the city manager would like to go to that as well. Do you have a feeling about that?
Yeah, quite honestly, it would actually, you hear me talk about efficiency all the time. And I've also read that in books many times is, when I put things out in front of my team, you rise to the occasion, you figure out how to do it, So we're for it, because at the end of the day, by the time we're done, Friday morning, we're brain dead, to be honest. And then literally 2 business days later, we're meeting to set the agenda, and Wednesday's the cutoff. We're just constantly, I feel like we're constantly chasing our tail. And so from an efficiency standpoint and from the world I come from, I think it would be better. But again, we'll yield to whatever you all think is best.
As long as it doesn't affect the city and the running and the way we make our decisions, and it doesn't hurt the city in any way, I ain't got a problem with it. If it starts hurting the city, then we need to go back.
Well, and we can always change it back,
Yeah.
so,
And again, the special meetings are always available to us.
and they're always
Always.
available to us, exactly.
So we're going to put a time limit on the meeting then? The one
A
meeting?
time limit on making a schedule change?
No, a time limit on, okay, when the clock strikes 9 or 10 or 1, I mean, I've been here till midnight.
I don't think we've
dang
made
near.
it to 1 yet.
I know.
But I
we've
could
been
try.
till dang near midnight. So that's, I mean, if we're gonna do that, then I say let's make the special meeting part, like, when the clock strikes 10. Hey, good night, fellas, we'll fire it up
I
again.
was going to say, you can put a time limit on council meetings, and we could say we're going to make council meetings from 6 to 9, and if we get to the end of our agenda and we don't, then we just say we're going to carry this over into another meeting. I think we can just do that. We can just say we're going to carry this over and call a special meeting and finish this on Tuesday. Is that not right, that we could do that?
You'll have to post the meeting if you don't convene it the next day.
Okay, so it
You'll
has to be
have
the next day?
Yeah, correct. You'd have
Okay.
to schedule that special meeting the next day. Otherwise, you do have the 72-hour posting.
Okay, so we could do it the next day. Unfortunately, that would be Friday. That wouldn't work for us.
Or just post it on the next agenda.
Post the items on the next agenda? Okay. Okay, so we would just repost it as all. So we would just say, we're not going to continue this meeting tonight. We've reached agenda item number 6. We've run out of time. We're going to call the meeting. And then we just tell the secretary to take the items that we did not complete and then repost them for the next meeting that we're going to have.
That is an
And we could
option.
just do that. Okay,
And if
then we
we
could
have a-
still do it.
And if we have a 3-week gap, that gives us time to post a special meeting.
Yeah.
And then what about executive? If we're gonna go to, say we know we got something to go into executive, we're gonna start that at 9 o'clock? Because executive items have to be covered, or should, if they're that nature, they probably should be covered that meeting. So we go into executive at 9, and then all the other agenda items will be put on the next meeting?
Yeah, we could always, like I said, we can make that call at the meeting time if we see it going long. I think we can just have a motion on there. Can't we have something maybe placed on the agenda that always gives us the ability to make a motion to say, close the meeting now, or continue the meeting and go after our time?
Well, we always have the option to adjourn. I mean, we can always make a motion to adjourn.
Yeah,
We do.
So
yeah.
we have that option.
I was just thinking out, just in sitting here, what if we don't change it at all? And if we don't need to have a meeting, we just cancel that meeting? Why do we have to change the whole procedure where, I mean, I'm all for efficiency. We had a conversation and I wanted to get Mr. Sight's opinion before we got here tonight because this affects them. And I'm all in favor for them having more time to do their job effectively. I get it, you know. But that way we don't have to call special meetings. It's still set up. The 2 weeks, we have the ability just to cancel that meeting.
The only issue I see with that is it would make us still feel like we're on call. We won't know until we get to that last week whether we're canceling it or not, because we don't know if something happens to come up and then we decide to hold it, we might have a short period of time to suddenly get everybody together for a quorum and then hold a meeting.
But I think you're setting us up for failure by trying to get us all here for a special meeting when now we're only asked to be here once a month. If we know we're going to be here twice a month, and that ends, and we use that third one as the special meeting purpose, then it's something that I know that it's on my calendar. If I don't have it on my calendar, I'm game to go on vacation, do whatever I need to do, and then all of a sudden we got to call a special meeting, and now I'm supposed to be there, and I want to be here, you know. And so now you're putting me in a predicament where, like as a council member, where now I have to either forego, you know, my anniversary dinner with my wife, or you know what I'm saying? So I'm just thinking of all of the ramifications for changing it, whereas I don't know if we need to change it. We just leave it the same. We can just cancel that second meeting. And unless there is a need to have it.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just as easy to do that, just to say we're going to cancel it the last meeting. People are going to think we're coming, and there's an expectation, if it's not canceled, that we're holding 2 meetings a month. And we're going to be confusing the public that's going to be coming here, not knowing if it's been canceled, if it's not been canceled. I think you're making more of it than it is. I think it's just make the one meeting. If we get to that one meeting and Mr. Seitz knows that we have stuff coming ahead that can't wait 30 days to the next meeting, we can at that meeting decide that we're going to discuss having a special meeting and then call it then. So you'd have plenty of time to plan.
And see, I would say the same thing if you call a special meeting. Well, then the people that would like to be here don't know that that's happening.
And that's why we give notice and we post it and it goes on the website. It goes
That's
out
why we
front.
give notice and we post it for cancellation. So, and now we have a media team member who's putting things out on social media for us. So I think it can still be exactly what it is. We just don't have to meet that second, the third Thursday.
So, Councilman Smith, it seems to me just to kind of have a norm, a regular type of meeting, and occasionally, once every 3 months, 4 months, we may have to call a special meeting. Let's go forward and not go backwards and think about things behind us. We need to think about things in front of us, move forward. That's just how I believe it.
Yes, Mr. Johnson, would you like to speak? Step to the podium and state your name and address, please.
Ray Johnson, 1009 Christine Street, Cleveland, Texas, 76031. To me personally, if we're going to do a half and then try to make it the next day, a lot of people ain't going to be able to show up because, one night, the next night, they could be, like Troy said, they could be doing anything. So I don't know how you guys going to work it, but I would keep it like it is myself. If I was up there, that's what I would vote for.
Thank you. All right, council, I kind of keep going round and round on this. We just need to make a decision and just go with it and try it. And like I said, we can always try it and come back and change it. If we end up starting to find the need that we have to keep calling a bunch of special meetings, we'll go back to saying 2 meetings a month. And we can just decide that later.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to go ahead and do meetings once a month and then adjust from there.
Okay, and once a month, starting when? Do we want to start that now
I'd say April 1st.
and do the next meeting in the first week of April?
So you have an ordinance that says that you will meet every other Thursday. So in making your motion, if you are changing, first of all, every other Thursday isn't what you're doing. But we will need to amend that ordinance, most likely repeal and adopt a new one. So in making your motion, if you would like to state something like, I move to have 1 meeting a month starting in whenever, April, and to authorize the mayor to execute an ordinance adopting same,
Okay.
and repeal any ordinances in conflict.
Okay, move to have 1 meeting a month. You said starting in April, and then move to.
Whenever.
Okay,
That was-
whenever.
Yes.
Okay, and move to what now? Have the mayor do what?
Execute an ordinance
Okay, have the mayor execute an ordinance.
adopting same and repealing any conflicting ordinances.
Do they need to specify the date of the meeting? Or will just that be in the ordinance?
It will be in the ordinance.
Okay, so it doesn't.
You want to specify the date, that's fine.
Okay, I didn't know if it just needed to be decided tonight or not.
Okay, so the first,
I mean, yes, the first or the third, that
so
probably.
it'd be the 3rd. So beginning, you could say April 3rd, since that would be the first meeting of April that we would normally have. It'd be April 3rd. Okay, so move to have 1 meeting a month starting April 3rd, and move the mayor to execute an ordinance appealing and adopting any conflicting ordinances. Is that correct?
That's
Did I
correct.
get that right? Okay.
You did.
All right, do I have a motion to do what I just said?
Yes, I make the motion.
All right, so Chapman has made a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion on the floor to move to have 1 meeting a month starting April 3rd, and move the mayor to execute an ordinance appealing and adopting any conflicting ordinances by Chapman, and a second by Shaw. Any further discussion on this motion?
I
All in
would like
favor,
to s-
raise your hand. All in favor, raise your hand. Motion is carried, it's unanimous. So
I
our
would
next
like-
meeting will be April 3rd. Okay.
I would like to say one thing, as long as it doesn't hurt the city.
So if you are, this motion would still leave you with two ordinances or excuse me,
Two meetings in May.
in
Yeah, so our
March.
next meeting will be in
Yes,
March. Yes,
yes.
we'll still, that's right, because we're at the beginning of March. So we'll still hold the meeting on March 20, and then beginning April 3rd, we're going to go to monthly.
And so on that
Okay.
March 20 meeting is when we would do the repeal and the ordinance for starting in?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. We'll do that.
Well, the way that the motion was made, it doesn't need to go back on the agenda, so it just kind of streamlines things a little bit.
Okay. Okay, does that sound good with staff? That way we'll do one more in March, and that way get all this big business out of the way, and,
I appreciate it, and again, I'm with you, Councilman Shaw. If it starts hurting the city, we'll go back, but I do think it'll streamline things and make us be more prepared for these meetings, better
so
prepared.
that means we still have to meet Tuesday.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, moving on to agenda item number 7C, review, discuss, and consider or give direction to staff on entering a contract with Enterprise for fleet management. All right, so we have Mr. Nick Hardwick, did I say Hardwick? Is that what it is?
Hardwick,
I didn't
yes,
see your
ma'am.
name written down, I'm doing it from memory.
Yes.
Here to do a presentation for us.
Can I preface something here?
Go ahead.
I want this to be a public comment from me. This was never meant to be, first of all, I've seen a lot today, been very busy with social media and comments about we already need a new city manager and all these things, and I don't know how I can be sneaky when I have to come here. So I want to preface this with, my intention was never to get a yes or a no. This is simply a potential solution to a problem that a lot of cities are doing that I think Keene should be made aware of. And at the end of the day, I don't need a yes or a no today, but I think I would be doing you a disservice if I didn't bring this to your attention. So tonight is simply a presentation of information because my understanding is this is where this is supposed to be. So, I appreciate I've been called a silver tongue today and a good salesman, which I appreciate because the world, my first 10 years was a salesman as an advisor. It's a partner, it's an expert. And so thank you for the comments out there on social media. But I'm with Councilman Shaw. I'm not here to hurt the city, but we have a lot of problems to solve. And if we continue just to do things the way they've always been done and expect different results, that's the definition of insanity. So anyway, I just wanted to put that out there. And for the record, Nick and I never even said 2 words. We supposedly we're friends and we go way back and I'm in bed with Enterprise. I mean, it's been crazy, some of the stuff I've heard today. So anyway, I want to thank Nick for his due diligence. He has worked with us now for several weeks and done a lot of research to present today. And if you so decide that you think this is a good idea, then I will take the time of my finance department that has already been in the process of restructuring to figure out and fine-tune and make sure that this is the direction we want to go. So I apologize for stirring up a storm in the city of Keene. That was not my intention.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council, and Your Honor, I've never seen this man before in my life. No, just serious. I mean, I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to you. Enterprise, we work with, close to 300 municipalities across the state of Texas today, in all different. Oh, I'm so sorry. In all different, shapes and forms. And so, to Jonathan's point, my goal today is to inform. Am I doing something wrong here? Oh, sorry. Physically move it.
There you go.
Sorry.
Yeah.
My goal today is obviously inform you, give you an overview of the current state of affairs with the city's fleet, where I see the areas of opportunity, some different nuanced ways to progress forward. But ultimately, the goal is to really accomplish three things. One, make the fleet more efficient overall, both fiscally and operationally for the city. Two, provide newer, safer vehicles for the employees to drive around in and perform their work. A lot of your employees, these vehicles are the rolling offices that they live in. And y'all got some rolling offices that were around when I was still in high school, I believe. And I've been out of house school for a really long time now. And I mean, and lastly, I mean, there are things we can do to spend our dollars more efficiently. Those are hard-earned tax dollars that are coming in every single year from your constituents, the citizens of this community. And can we be better stewards of it to progress forward, to make change and think of things differently? And that's my ultimate goal today, is to roll through those items. So, and this is very much a Q&A session, so I'm going to talk, and please ask me questions, or else I will power talk this whole time if you let me. So, as I mentioned before, make sure it's progressing forward. We work with quite a few municipalities across state. We manage tens of thousands of vehicles for government entities across the state of Texas. I mean, hundreds of thousands on a national level. We work with quite a few cities that are surrounding your area here that y'all are very familiar with. But most cities were really like y'all before we started working with them. They're buying vehicles, hold them for a long period of time, resuscitating them, and then running them for a lot longer usually. And the one item they have control over every year is how much they spend on capital every year. They can cut capital, they can raise capital, all these things. But the one thing y'all really don't have much control over is operational expenses, operational impact as it relates to the budget. Because if you're running vehicles for a really long time, you really have no control over how much you're going to spend, what you're going to spend on repairing and maintaining vehicles. And you're going to have to spend money on fueling those vehicles. So in order to, there's only one way to reduce cost as it relates to operational costs, is to don't do it. The only way to don't do it is to cycle vehicles properly. So that's a lot of what we're going to talk about, knowing when to buy and when to sell an asset. And when can we do that in a more fiscally efficient way? So Enterprise has two primary cooperative awards in Texas that most cities piggyback off of, both TIPS and Sourcewell. Those are the two primary ones. We have multiple other awards, but those are the primary ones that most cities piggyback off of. And those are fleet management awards, which are very broad in nature, that really give us the ability to help everything from acquisitions, funding, maintenance and repair, fuel, driver safety, disposition and resale, which is a big piece of what we're going to talk about, risk management, telematics, so GPS tracking of vehicles, really everything that goes into owning and operating a fleet of vehicles. That's our job, and that's what cities hire us to manage and address. We'll do as little or as much of this as you want us to. But at the end of the day, it's all working to the same goal, help the city reduce its overall cost of ownership over a short and long period of time. From a management standpoint, when you hire Enterprise to manage or help manage the fleet of vehicles, we really expect you to treat us as an extension of the city, as if we are your fleet department. So once you become a client of us, you get an account management team that's assigned to the city. For instance, Alvarado, not too far from y'all, they have two individuals assigned to them that work with them on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, meeting with the council usually about once a year to give them annualized updates around the fleet, but helping really understand where the dollar's going. I mean, in our annual client review meetings, we're looking at every single penny that was spent for the fleet of that period of time, looking at how can we spend those dollars differently, continually reevaluating. Vehicles are an inherently dynamic industry. A lot of ups and downs with it, changing economic conditions as it relates to resale and what technology is out there, and that's our job, what cities hire us to do, is to bring those things to their attention. Also, how do we planning? Hey, what type of vehicle should we run? Should we run a Ford, Chevy, Ram, Nissan, Toyota, whatever it is? Our job is to bring those cost analysis to the city's attention, and really it's for y'all to make the best decision possible. I always tell everybody we're in the advice business, not the decision-making business. Our job is to come in and give you all the advice you can stand, and really the city gives us our marching orders from there, is how we actually execute upon these plans. And if we see you straying one way or other, we're going to give it guidance there, and maybe give you the financial ramifications of your decisions, but ultimately it's the city's decision as far as anything we do. Before we make any action, the city has to sign off and approve any action that we actually take at any one given point in time throughout the year. Any questions so far? I like to explain cycling strategy, because that's a big piece of what we do, is knowing when to buy and when to sell an asset. The traditional thought among most municipalities is I want to buy a vehicle and run it for a long period of time, right? I want to try to get as much as I possibly can out of that asset. And that is definitely one way to do it. When you do run it a long time, you do relinquish your control over maintenance and repair expense. You relinquish your control on fuel consumption as well, as far as fuel degradation, engine technology changes, that sort of thing. And most importantly, you relinquish your control over being able to bring revenue back into the system as it relates to resale. This is just a really high-level example of what that actually looks like. You know, when we look at buying a truck for a government entity, and we look at, there's two things that y'all do, the government does really well. One, you buy vehicles very cheap, cheaper than anybody else can out there for the most part. I mean, secondly, you also drive really low mileage. I mean, the city's not 100 miles wide, right? It's fairly condensed, so the annualized mileage that you put on your fleet is fairly small also. And we couple that with our ability to go and resell vehicles very effectively. There's always gonna be a point in time where it makes sense to turn over a vehicle. And just in this example, you look at, hey, what is the annualized cost of that asset if we held it 1 year, 4 years, 10 years, or 14 years? And really look at the delta between what cost us to acquire that vehicle, what we could potentially sell it for at different points in time, and then just doing the simple math over those periods. And in this example, I'm showing you, hey, it says it makes sense to hold this vehicle for a year, because at the time we sell it, the annualized depreciation cost of the asset was only $1,700 over that period of time, versus you held out for 4 years or 10 years or 14 years. And you start doing that math, there's some financial impact to holding it longer, and really the opportunity cost of not having sold that asset off. Questions?
So Nick, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
When you're dealing with the cities that you've talked about, what is the smallest city that you've dealt with entering into a program like this?
No, I mean, we have some Cs that are, we have two divisions. We have a commercial, what we call a small commercial division, and the mid-large division, which is what I'm in. And so my division, we work with cities that typically have north of 25 vehicles or more. We have a small division that has, some smaller municipalities that we work with that might only have 10, 15 vehicles in operation. But in my division, usually the smallest is gonna be about 25 vehicles in operation across the city, at least that fall into our bucket of vehicles we deal with. And just to be clear on the bucket of vehicles we deal with, pretty much anything you have other than fire apparatuses and ambulances, those are the only things we don't necessarily touch. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Do y'all do like dump trucks, 1-tons?
Yep. Yeah, pretty much anything, I always say, from a smart car up to a 33,000-pound truck falls in our wheel. We'll even do some brush trucks and things of that nature as well, just not the actual true fire apparatus. And the reason why is because where we really bring the kind of bang for our buck to the city is helping know when to buy and when to sell an asset. And we look for vehicles that have a very defined buy and sell market. And unfortunately, it's not too many people trying to buy old fire trucks anymore or old ambulances. So unless they're really, really old ones, and they're a classic, but for the most part, it's really hard to define a buy and sell market, especially when fire trucks cost over $1 million nowadays, very, very easily.
What's your average of keeping a vehicle?
Oh, great question. So, it varies by vehicle type. What I always say is every vehicle has its ideal cycle point. And so a public works pickup truck has a different cycle point than a PD cruiser versus a fire command vehicle versus a service body or a dump bed, right? But as far as generalities go, typically pickup trucks we keep cycle every 2 to 4 years based on the market conditions. They're mainly resale being a big portion of that. Your flatbed service bodies, usually it's about 3 to 4 years on average. Dumps, they vary in size, so they can go anywhere from 3 to 6, maybe 7 years at sometimes. It just depends on the size of that dump. Really, it's more the size of the actual chassis, and whether it's CDL or non-CDL rated vehicles. PD cruisers, usually city size, about 4 or 5 years is about the right cycle point. Some of that's depending on how much money we're spending on the equipment of that vehicle. The more you spend, the longer we need to drag it out, because that equipment cost has no inherent value in the marketplace other than to the city of Keene. And so if we can spend, the less we can spend on equipment, the more efficiently, we can cycle through vehicles. And the more we spend on equipment, the less efficient your cycle has to be, just because of the inherent nature of the cost of the equipment that goes on those assets.
Well, I know that I do a lot of, where I work, we do a lot of the enterprise maintenance and stuff.
Yep.
And we've got several companies that come in and they will keep them a year after warranty.
Yeah, they'll keep them, yeah, about a year after the
A
warranty.
year after
Yeah,
the warranty, and then after that, they cycle them through
Oh,
because
yeah.
they don't want the expense of
Correct.
everything going up.
Yeah, you kind of hit the nail on the head, because there's two things that happen. I mean, especially if you're dealing with some of our commercial clients, which I assume that's what it is. So most of those entities, I mean, they tend to drive a lot more miles than a city does too. So, but we're definitely trying to cycle those things out a lot shorter, because I always say that if you hold a vehicle to the point in time it gives you pain, and pain can be a couple things. If the vehicle's broke down, there's a large dollar repair that comes up, or something of that nature comes up, you've kind of missed the mark with that vehicle. Because one, you're stuck making a decision to either put a lot of money into a very old asset that's really not worth anything for, or two, you're stuck, selling a vehicle that's not worth anything because it's basically a paperweight at that point in time, because it's broke down, it's a salvage value. And we're really trying to cycle out of vehicles where we can get the most return on that asset, because those returns go back to the city. And before we have to spend large dollar repairs on that, because spending those M&O dollars are not really benefiting anybody. We want to try to keep that expense as small as we possibly can. That's really the ultimate goal, and the reduced downtime. Vehicles sitting in a shop is not, helping the city. It's not helping the citizens. It's definitely frustrating for your employees. They're having to get in that vehicle and have to roll the dice whether it's going to crank in the morning or not. That's ultra frustrating for staff that's out there. And so we want to keep the city in the most, efficient operating manner we possibly can. That kind of goes to your point and what you said.
And how do you track that? How do you know when's the best time to swap them out?
Yeah, so, there's two things I'll tell you about Enterprise. So Enterprise is actually the largest owner, operator, buyer, seller of vehicles in the world today. No one does it at a larger scale than Enterprise. Over 2 million plus vehicles under management today. We're also one of the largest family-owned businesses in the world. People might not know that. We're not a publicly traded entity. We are a family-owned company. We have been since the 50s. Fun fact, we were named after USS Enterprise, if you're a history buff of some sort. So one thing we have our finger on the pulse of is when to sell an asset. And I always like to give a fun fact about our rental car brand that we operate. So our little rental car company, they have over 1 million rental cars rolling around out there across the North America. And they make 3/4 of the profits from selling rental cars, not the actual rental car activity itself. So when we talk about a $38 billion a year entity, we place a lot of emphasis on knowing when to sell an asset. When's the right time of year to sell an asset? And so we're constantly tracking market conditions, knowing when vehicle production is ramping up and ramping down that actually affect that market, where there's used car shortages at, which actually bolsters sales at points in time. And different points in time of year is the right time to sell different types of vehicles. That's our job, and what the city is really hiring us to do is to know that sort of stuff.
So Nick, when it comes time to market a vehicle, is Enterprise opposed to sending vehicles to a different market to get better sales?
Yeah, for sure. We're going to send it where we can get the biggest return. Okay. So you can hop ahead of me a little bit, but I have a slide where I'll talk a little bit more about this. But part of our job, just from an acquisition standpoint, I'll kind of go through there. I'll get right to your question here in just a second. But there's two ways for cities to go and acquire vehicles, really. One, most cities, they go through a state contract dealer or a local dealer, and they buy it. They submit bids, and they get bid results back, and they try to buy hopefully the least cost vehicle they possibly can. Or two, when they work with us, we tend to factory order through the government buy channels at the factory direct level. At least 85% plus the vehicles we acquire a year are directly from the factory, because that is the lowest cost way to go and acquire a vehicle. And also, if I'm going buying 10 trucks, I get 10 identical trucks. Versus if I go buy off a dealer lot, I get 10 trucks. Usually there are 10 different trucks in some way, shape, or form. So that's the cheapest way to go acquire. Also, we help manage the outfitting of those vehicles. Make sure they have light sirens, they have a cage, they have a toolbox or whatever it is, and we try to have that done so that ideally when the city takes delivery of the vehicle, it's as close to turnkey ready as it possibly can. can be and ready to go to work. The city's not investing man hours to have to run all that down. I mean, the city gives us all the specs and everything they want. We'll even work with the existing vendors that you work with today to have that done. But in the end of the day, we're trying to take as much logistical workload off the city's plate as we possibly can.
Question.
Yep.
This is just general.
Yes, sir.
I've leased vehicles in the past, not in long-term, but short-term
Yeah,
basis.
of course.
And I know I don't want to be biased, but I have a question here. So as a city, do we have a choice on what kind of a model or a make
Yep.
that we can have? Let's say we want a Toyota, we want maybe a Tesla or a Cybertruck. So if that's the case, then how does this affect the fleet analysis of that we are projected amount that we are supposed to spend, which is $358,000 a year
Yeah.
for the first kind of initial?
Yeah, for sure. So we don't only look at, acquisition cost is one piece. We really look at total cost of ownership. That's what we look at. We want to know what the total financial impact. So there are times we're going to bring some non-traditional government vehicles to your attention that you should look at. Should you look at Toyota, to your point? Or what's the lowest cost ownership vehicle? That's, in the day, our fiduciary responsibility is to give the city all the advice it can stand and advise it, what you can do. But the city can say, hey, I know this Toyota's cheaper, but I want to drive this Ford. I want to drive this Hyundai or whatever it is. That's okay. And we're going to show you the financial implications that might affect some of the projected costs that we have. And we're going to show you that, hey, this is going to end up costing the city an extra $10,000 a year or whatever that dollar amount is. We present that to the city, and the city tells us whether or not they want to go that route or they want to go with our recommendation. In the day, it falls to the city to actually make those decisions. So.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm asking that is I know on this list, on the fleet replacement schedule for Keene,
Yeah.
what I got here is I'm seeing a lot of vehicles that are under, some of them 44,000 miles. Some, there's 1 year 67,000, 53,000, 60,000, 56,000. We have 3,000, 30,000. There's one with zero. I don't know what zero means. That's odometer that I'm reading here. So we have almost
Trailer.
a trailer. Okay. So we have almost 20 vehicles that are under 80,000 miles. So basically, based on this mileage, if we are going to say, and most of these vehicles are like F-150, so when you are replacing it, what kind of makes or models are you always giving the cities? Or do you match what you are taking, you are selling?
Yeah, it's great.
Or
That's
take
a great
it back
question.
from the
So
city?
it kind of goes back to what I told you before was that, so we're going to advise, so if it's F-150, that's a half-ton pickup truck, right? We're going to compare Ford, Chevy, Ram, Toyota. That's pretty much the only ones that make half-ton anymore. Most of the other manufacturers have gone away from them. So we'll compare those four and show you the total holding costs. When I say total cost of ownership, we look at acquisition costs, maintenance repair costs, fuel economy, resell, potential downtime of that vehicle based on the maintenance cost. And we'll recommend, hey, you drive an F-150, which is a half-ton truck. Hey, this year we recommend you doing a Toyota, or maybe next year I recommend you doing a Ram, or the following year I could be telling you to do a Chevy. It's going to change based on those market conditions. But at the end of the day, I could come to you and say, hey, I want you to operate a Chevy truck this year, and here's the reason why I want you to do it. But you're like, we really love Fords. That's what we want to drive. That's okay. Y'all can make that determination on your own. Again, we'll show you the financial implications of that decision, but end of the day, it's the city's decision to actually determine what it wants to drive and what model and make and spec it wants to drive. Like, for instance, I would never buy a regular cab truck ever again if I was y'all, because the regular cab truck has an inherently lower resale value. I always say, go to a restaurant at lunchtime and tell me how many regular cab trucks that you see anymore. Very, very few of them out there. And so you want your you really want your fleet to match the market demand as well, so that we can bolster resale. 'Cause this is all about bringing revenue back into the city that's historically not been there. Y'all run vehicles till they die right now. They're not worth anything. We want to sell a vehicle and it's worth $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, so we can bring that revenue into the city. And so when you see some vehicles that have really low mileage on them that we're recommending cycling, it's because we get a ton of money for that vehicle. That revenue goes back into the city to be able to make this sustainable for a long period of time. Hopefully I answered your question, a little long-winded, but hopefully I answered it.
Yes, and based on the question now, you are saying when you buy the vehicles from the city and then you bring us
New ones.
the money back, and I know when I'm doing trading, it's like the city is going to trade in what we have in exchange for the vehicles that you're going to provide.
Yep.
So sometimes if you go there, most dealers will kind of give you the lowest price.
Yeah, that's
They will
true.
tell you, okay, this vehicle is worth 5,000. But if I was to sell it
On your own.
through open market,
Gotta get 10.
it will be 10,000.
Yeah, for
So
sure.
how does that work with your
Yeah,
process?
so fantastic. You're actually not trading them in. So you actually get the dollars we sell them for. We take it to market, we sell it, we try to maximize the return on that asset, and then those proceeds go back to the city dollar for dollar. You know, we sell it for 10 grand, get 10 grand back. I mean, the only time there's anything that gets taken out of that is if we sell one of the leased vehicles, and we do send that one to auction. The auction charges us some fees. Those fees will get netted out of the proceeds of the sale. But the city, just like today, if you take an asset to auction, the auction house takes some fees. Be no different. We try to avoid auctions. We only sell through auction a small percentage of the time, but sometimes it makes sense to do so. But whatever we get, the net proceeds of that sale is what goes back to the city. So Enterprise does not keep a penny of the proceeds of the sale of the leased assets.
So, Nick, with regard to trade-in value or purchase value.
Yep.
How many car lots does Enterprise own to be able to do that?
So we sell vehicles through a lot of different avenues. So we do have, I don't know, 1,000 or so Enterprise car sales lots. We sell certain types of vehicles through there. Most municipal vehicles, for the most part, they get sold through franchise, non-franchise dealerships across the country. Could be an overseas buyer, could be large wholesalers across the United States. Sometimes we do run them through auction. If there's a shortage of a vehicle type out there, like for instance, cargo vans are short right now. There's not very many in the marketplace. We run a lot of those to auction because it creates a lot of bidding wars for some of those prime vehicles. A huge avenue. We got, actually now I think it's north of 20,000 unique buyers that buy vehicles through us at any one point in time. We have an internal bidding process that we send it through. Same with our rental cars. So y'all's vehicles we run just alongside our rental cars, and we have a remarketing team of about 900 people nowadays at workforce. Their sole job is just selling cars. That's all they do in their sole job, and they have performance metrics of what they have to get above what we call it's a black book. Most people hear a blue book, but black book is actually the wholesale index for vehicles, how they're really performing in the wholesale market, and that's what we benchmark ourselves against. Is hey, how much more over wholesale can we expect to get? Like for instance, this slide. Historically, we average about 111% of wholesale, so about 11%, 11.4% of a wholesale historically. Now, say over the last 5 years, we're averaging close to about 15, 16% over average wholesale value. If I pull today's numbers, it looks even a lot better than that. And that when you're selling, when you hold vehicles a long time, it doesn't really matter. 10% doesn't really matter in selling a vehicle for $1,000. But when you're selling a vehicle for $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, and you're doing that a whole lot, it adds up to real money real quick. And that's money that we can use to be able to further reduce cost into the future. But it's all about tapping into the right buyer market. Unfortunately, municipalities, you're stuck with one avenue to sell vehicles, typically. You have to sell them through some public forum, and the average person rolling to a public forum is looking to buy a vehicle for $1,000. They're not trying to buy one for $40,000. And so we have to tap into unique buying markets to be able to sell those assets efficiently too. Our average days to sell, I think right now, is 21 days from the time the city notifies us to see a vehicle is ready to be picked up to the time we actually have funds in hand. We also move the equipment a lot quicker in most cities. Average city turn time is like 60, I've seen as high as like 120, 150 days to sell an asset. We turn vehicles pretty quick.
I can tell you, 21 days is awfully short
Yeah.
compared to most car dealerships, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, even the new car market, I think their average inventory right now is north of 100 days, 120 days is what they're averaging for right now. If you know anything about the car market, and used cars can be much longer than that at times, and we have some very efficient avenues to be able to sell vehicles, because waiting 120 days and you could leave $1,000 on the plate, and if you do that, even with y'all 45 times, that's 45 grand that we left on the table if we don't take advantage of the market and the conditions that it's in. Those are all fantastic questions, by the way. A lot deeper than I normally get to, which is awesome. When it comes to managing some of the operational aspects, I mean, for any of the new vehicles we acquire for the city that are non-pursuit rated vehicles, we typically put those under what's called a fixed cost or a full maintenance program. And the reason we do that is because it gives us a lot of predictability in what the budget's going to be. So we'll be able to tell the city month one through month whatever exactly what it's going to spend on maintenance and repair on that vehicle. No ebbs and flows whatsoever. And the way we're able to do that, just kind of pulling back the curtain a little bit, is we might have 150,000 Chevy pickup trucks that we operate. We know on average what it costs to repair and maintain one of those over a period of time and mileage. And it kind of works like a life insurance actuary table to be real. We know on average what's going to cost to repair and maintain that vehicle. We take it and we amortize that cost over the term. And you know, some vehicles we win on, some we lose on, but we do on a large enough macro scale that we're willing to take on the risk, and hopefully we might make a few dollars here and there, but it's not a huge profit center for us as a business because of the risk that we're taking on. Vehicles being somewhat dynamic, because even a new vehicle can have issues that are unanticipated at times, but we're big enough that we can take on those risks. For any of the existing fleet that until it gets replaced and any of the pursuit rated vehicles, they go into a shop, just like you indicated, it goes in a shop somewhere. We work with the shop and we negotiate labor hours, as you've probably seen. We negotiate parts costs. If they're telling us it's a 5.5 labor hour job, we know it's a 4.1, we're going to bring it up.
Yeah, warranty issues.
Yeah, warranty issues, yeah, exactly.
Warranty labor rates.
Yeah, for sure. And so that's our job. That's what entities hire us to do, is to help control that cost and, match issues with actual causation of what's going on. We have about 230 ASE certified techs that work for us, and their sole job is to know that most of those are guys that came out of dealerships, former mechanics and things of that nature that work for us, and that's their job to know. But vehicles are naturally, again, I call them dynamic. They have a lot, especially they're getting more complicated nowadays than they ever have been before. A lot more tech rolling through them, more sensors being replaced than anything else with newer cars. So that's our job, to manage that through. So one of the existing vehicles or one of the pursuit rated vehicles, it goes in a shop. After we negotiate with the shop bills us for the repair, and we just bill you back dollar for dollar. The shop bills us $1, we bill you back $1, or whatever the actual repair cost is. But we're tracking every single dollar that's rolling through from an expense standpoint, and we use that to put future analytics around the fleet. And so as we get you to a cleaner cycle, it's not always the vehicle that has a $5,000 repair bill that's really hurting you. It's actually the vehicle that, $200 you to death, as I say. $200 here, $200 here, $200 here. And next thing you know, over a period of time, $200 doesn't seem that bad when you're spending it once. And if you're not really on top of it, looking at what we call your outliers, you don't really know what's going on. That's our job, is to bring that to your attention through our dashboard and through our quarterly meetings that we're going to have with the city as it relates to the fleet itself.
I've got a question for you on maintenance real quick.
Yes, sir.
We have a local garage here in town.
Hops. Yep.
I've worked for him, and I work for Southwest Dodge in Cleburne
Yep.
now. If Hops was to get on with the maintenance, it's easier to take vehicles just down there to him and have him do oil changes, tire rotations, and stuff like that.
They are already.
Are they already on it?
Yeah, they're our
Okay.
approved vendor. So
Okay,
fixed the glitch. I did it right here, real time.
okay.
Service.
That was
Yeah.
okay. Well, that was one of my questions, because I know if we use Dodgers or whatever,
Yep.
they're kind of
All kind of
they're generic.
jack of all trades.
Right.
Yep.
That was one of my questions with Nick too, and obviously I don't want to hurt any business inside Keene, and so that was very important to me, and once he confirmed that he is, this actually continues to help a local business as well.
Yeah, and so what I usually say, especially as the fleet gets newer, we're mainly doing PMs for the most part, right? For the preventive maintenance, sorry. And so we're not having, so, in which a shop like that is really attuned to doing that sort of stuff. And then I usually say, in most major repairs, knock on wood, tend to be more warranty related more than anything else. And so that's when we'd send it to a dealership somewhere for that a warranty type rated related repair for that sort of stuff. But we do try to keep, I mean, as much in the city limits as we possibly can. And usually if you don't have a shop within the city limits, we would try to get them set up. Like, I remember one of our cities nearby, a city called Everman, which is down kind of South Fort Worth. They didn't have they didn't have a single shop that we work with. We actually set their local shop up. I think the local shop wasn't that great, if I'm being real, but we still set them up to be there so they could have the option to be able to utilize that, shop within the tax base if they can. Telemax, I'll talk a little bit more about that here in just a second. We also issue out fuel cards because we get mileage capture off the vehicles a couple different ways, potentially 3 different ways. Either one, every time the vehicle goes to get fuel, we get mileage capture off the fuel card so we can create, maintenance trends on those vehicles. We also get it every time it goes into a shop, we get mileage capture. If the shop wants to get paid, it has to give us mileage on that vehicle. And we use that with an algorithm to create some trends as far as projecting out when we think we might want to cycle that vehicle through. And if we have embedded telemax devices in the vehicles, then we get hard data pulls off those devices also. And there's also deviceless options I'll talk about when I talk a little bit more about telemax here in just a second as well.
On your Geo tab, that's your GPS that you're talking about,
correct,
correct?
yes,
And
yeah.
do we pay extra for that?
Yeah, you're gonna pay a fee. And I have a whole slide about this because I know that was a question that Jonathan had as well about that. And there's a lot of options as it relates to those. Telemax can be as complicated or as easy as you want it to be, I would say. And so I'll go a little bit more in depth in that here in just a second. Click too far. So yeah, there's a few of the shops that are up there. So I think we have like 26 within a radius of here, but there's only one technically actually in the city limits. Some more towards Alvarado and South Fort Worth are partnered as well.
What if we wanted to take to a shop that wasn't one of your vendor-approved ones?
You definitely can do that at any point in time. If it's someone that you want to, if it's a one-off here and there, no big deal, but someone you're going to use regular on a recurring basis, we really want to have a negotiated relationship just to make sure labor rates are correct, just also so we can monitor quality of service, because that's one of the things we look at too, just quality of service that we get from that, turnaround times and those sort of things. So usually for most cities, when they tend to do a shop that's irregular, it's usually body repair is probably the more likely of that to occur. And by the way, that still runs through TML just like it does today. No real change from that perspective.
And you and I did talk yesterday, and we talked about how if we wreck a vehicle and it actually gets damaged, we just file that through TML.
Correct,
As if
yeah.
it's our vehicle, we
Yeah.
don't go through you.
Yeah, they add us as what's called additional insured under TML, and then it just flows through just like it would any other vehicle. They're in a day, while they're quote unquote lease vehicles and they're technically titled Enterprise's name for a few reasons, they're really city assets. The city handle it. It owns the equity in them. It owns all the expenses associated with it, just like it does today. I mean, they're titled Enterprise name for a couple of reasons. One, we don't have to chase titles from you all the time because we sell 1 million vehicles every year. It'd be a lot of titles to have to chase down all the time. Secondly, it also gives us a lot of ability to go sell vehicles through some unique channels and gives us the ability to turn vehicles much more rapidly because I don't have to worry about getting titles signed all the time, and we're not having to worry about public forum sales and that sort of thing. It gives us a lot of flexibility to be able to sniff out the right avenue.
So I have a question.
Yep.
When you all determine it comes time for a vehicle to be sold or turned, you get to call that shot? You just call us and say, hey, this vehicle that's in this area, we need to sell it now?
Yeah, we're gonna recommend it. So what would happen is typically your client strategy manager would reach out to our primary fleet contact. It could be Jonathan or someone else in the city and say, hey, that's usually gonna be in a planning meeting for planned replacements where we're saying, hey, these are the group of vehicles we recommend selling this year. Here's why we recommend selling them. What do you think? And then y'all give input. We'll give you some feedback as far as the financial implications of those decisions. But at the end of the day, we cannot do anything with a single vehicle until our signer, which is typically the city manager, signs off on that and approves, and that usually is after it ran through council, probably. Usually once a year, we'll run something through council, because we're usually acquiring your vehicles, a lot of times, sometimes even a year in advance when we actually need them to go into service. And so we'll run that through, specs will be approved, the department heads usually approve the actual specs of the vehicles. And once they do that, then we take the financials to your city manager, and then the city manager signs off on the actual acquisition before we actually do that at all. Because we can't take action without the city actually I'm talking every single individual vehicle gets approved before we can take action.
And we can still say no.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, and there's gonna be nuanced times where it makes sense for y'all to say no on one. There'll be something unique going on with the city that is not apparent in an Excel file, right? So there's things, y'all give feedback like, oh, no, that makes sense. Let's kick that one out a little further, or whatever the reason is. There can be all sorts of reasons for that. And that's why this is a partnership that we work together. We're partnered with the city, and we meant for y'all to treat us as if we're like your fleet department, and we work collectively together to help, better your current situation. Mobile application, cities this size typically don't use this, but if you have assigned vehicles, or even you can do check-in and check-out features with it as well. So if the drivers need to locate shops or get maintenance alerts or that sort of thing. Most of the department heads would get maintenance alerts, or who are the primary contact for the department would get maintenance alerts through our website, say, hey, you got a vehicle coming due for an oil change, you got a vehicle that has a recall due, or whatever is going on with that asset. So we alert the city, so it doesn't necessarily have to track those sort of things itself. That's part of our job, and what you're hiring us to do, is stay on top of that sort of thing. All right, now we get into the fun part. I'm not going to try to overly bog down on the financial analysis, because there's a lot of numbers here. But only know the whole goal about this is spending the dollars that you're going to spend anyway in a very different manner. And we know every year, right now, y'all are tracking, you're buying about 3 vehicles every year. Some years more, some years less. That's about what you've been averaging at as of late. And you're spending extra $300,000 to $400,000 a year on maintenance, repair, and fuel of the vehicles, your operational, your cost. Not getting a whole lot for resale, but you think on average you're probably hovering somewhere in the $500,000 to $600,000 a year that you're spending on your fleet every year. And so what we look at is can we spend those dollars differently in a way that nets better results for the city? And what happens is, with most cities we work with, we have some that do self-fund vehicles that usually it's cities that had a fully funded VERF already. A vehicle equipment replacement fund was already fully funded and already robust enough to be able to self-fund. Most cities your size don't have that, unless I missed it, y'all don't have it either. And where if we go buy a $40,000 vehicle, they can cut a check really easy. But one of the problems is with cities your size is we're buying a lot more vehicles a lot more rapidly than you ever have before. And as you see in the analysis, you have 29 vehicles that are at or beyond its ideal cycle point in the city right now. And even if you had some semblance of VERF, it wouldn't be robust enough to go buy 29 vehicles. That's why most cities tend to use a funding mechanism of some sort to actually finance those vehicles. In this case, we're using what's called an open-ended equity lease. It's called open-ended because it gives us the ability to, early term it, run it out longer. It's called equity because the city actually owns all the equity in that vehicle. So when we sell a lease vehicle, the proceeds of sale go back to the city. Even though it's a lease vehicle, the enterprise doesn't participate in the proceeds. The city actually owns the proceeds of the sale. That's one way we keep this sustainable. That's why you see that column that says equity. It's all about every year we're buying, selling assets, bringing revenue into the city that's historically not been there, that makes this sustainable for the city over a long period of time. Because I was just in here telling you, hey, y'all need to buy a bunch more vehicles, good luck. You wouldn't be able to keep up with the pace of that. You have to have a financial offset. Financial offset comes in two or three areas. One is reduce operational costs. We're reducing our maintenance and repair expense over a period of time by running much newer vehicles. We're getting out of the major repair game and just focus on preventive maintenance. We're taking advantage of new engine technology. And I always like to use an example. I think of my 01 F-150 I owned way back when compared to my 2025 Silverado that's outside. I probably get another 15 miles a gallon difference between those two trucks. And so by taking advantage of newer engine technology, it helps you reduce your fuel cost. And when your average fuel cost is hovering somewhere around the 15 to 16 miles a gallon, you improve by 3 miles a gallon, you just improve your overall expense by 20% by just those little nuanced changes by taking advantage of new engine technology coming in. And then when you think of your cycle, your average annual mileage was just under 8,000 miles a year. That's how many. And think you're cycling vehicles out every 3 or 4 years, and at 4 years it has sub 40,000 miles on it. You haven't done a whole lot of work to that vehicle. You've mainly done preventive maintenance. And so we're getting rid of all those major repairs out. And because it has really low mileage and you buy vehicles so well, that's how we can capitalize on resale, make this sustainable for a long period of time. I mean, and ultimately, very conservatively over the next, 10 years, I'm projecting we can at least, reduce your expense by almost $400,000 over the next 10 years pretty easily without having to work that hard at it. And I really hope in 2 years we'll be coming back with a really good story of how we crushed that number. Because we try to err very conservatively when we're putting these together, because we want to make sure they're very easily obtainable and not so much of a stretch. And so when we come back into the future, especially a year down the line, 2 years down the line, we say, hey, here's the actual performance of what's going on. Our aim is to bring some really good stories back to the city as it relates to that.
So this line in yellow, you're basing off you're using that as the base for all these other figures that you have
Correct.
below it?
Yep.
And you're saying that that's basically what we're doing now?
Yep.
Those calculations
Yeah.
is what
So-
you've calculated? Did you?
Some years more, some years less, but that's the average of what I think you're going to spend kind of going into the future based off today's dollars
I was
especially.
gonna say, did you meet with all the department heads?
Yeah.
Are they telling you how much fuel they're using and how much?
That's it. I can pull that I can nuance that from the budget, and I can nuance that from what type of vehicles y'all have. What I did do with all department heads, we did sit down in a pretty lengthy meeting. We went through the fleet vehicle by vehicle a couple of weeks ago, and we looked at what do you have today? When you replace in the future, what do you need? What do I need to budget for equipment on those vehicles? That helped me back build some of the
Okay.
budgetary projections here.
Okay, so you didn't get this from our budget then? So
Yeah,
you
it was from partially from the budget, because you can't really look at what you bought a vehicle for 2 years ago. I look at more today's dollars for what we're gonna spend, next year and the year after. But for the operational expenses, I did look at your budget as well as I put a small inflationary factor in there, because I can tell you labor costs, as you can probably attest to, have gone up considerably in the last 2 years. Parts costs have gone up. I think they're up like 35-40% in the past 3 years. They're pretty considerably up, pretty heavily, and they're continuing that trend. So I think y'all are gonna see that grow also. And if you don't, cycle your vehicles regularly, your vehicles are their fuel degradation is going to continue to slide, and you're going to continue to spend more dollars on fuel consumption than you want to. So I think going into the future, based on everything that was provided to me and what I was discerned from your budget, I think you should be spending somewhere in the high $500,000 every year on your fleet.
Would it surprise you to know that we don't budget for 3 cars every year and we don't purchase 3 cars every year?
Your trend as of recent has been going towards that. When you look at over the past, bunch of years, that's basically your trend based on your average age, from what I can see, based on the fleet list itself. And what you're spending, like, for instance, if you go out and buy a PD car, for instance, you're
I don't
probably
think
spending.
we've bought a PD car in a couple of years.
Yeah.
The only car that we just recently bought was for the fire chief, and we bought that from savings from last year's budget. That's actually not in this year's fiscal budget.
Yeah.
That's last year, and it was from savings from his department specifically that granted him the ability to buy that.
Yeah, when you look at if I look at your model years and what you've been trending, that's basically, based on your current average age, that's the trend that without your fleet getting any older, that's the trend you're going to stay within.
And you did talk with me yesterday about how you would be willing to buy the chief's car, the one that we just purchased and we just paid for with cash, and then lease it back to us.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
I actually added something into this that you don't have in front of you that kind of shows that as well. That's especially really good about getting this program off the ground too. That's a way to create a cash infusion into the city that enables us to, be able to get this off the ground, start cycling vehicles, be able to help without having to have really any major budgetary impacts for the next year, this fiscal and in the next fiscal as well. Because the city doesn't actually start paying for vehicles till they actually go into service, which is what this is. You don't have this exactly in front of you, but I'll do my best to walk you through it. The one option is we don't cash infuse, and I really only expect about not even 3 months of the vehicles being in service. Say if today we ordered 29 new vehicles, right? Well, they're not going in service tomorrow. It's going to take some months to come in. PD cars are taking anywhere from 8 months to a year to come in. Mainly it's equipment we're waiting on nowadays more than the vehicles. Also depends on which vehicles you're trying to go out and acquire. So some of the vehicles won't even go in service this fiscal year even if we order them today. Pickup trucks, things like that, most likely will hit, but we'll probably have about 3 months of service of the new vehicles. And so the city only pays for when the vehicle actually starts going into service. So if you look into the cash flow year one, that's why I'm only projecting in this fiscal year about $94,000 in actual lease expenses this year for replacing, all 29 of those vehicles that you have. So, and then when you take out, we're still gonna have about $191,000 for equipping those vehicles, so light sirens. We gotta buy an animal control service body, or a slide-in body or a mounted body, something of that nature for the animal control unit. Those can be kind of expensive as well. So we have to pay for all those sort of things, of toolboxes or headache racks or whatever the vehicles need, amber lights. So we have all that budget in here as well. And I'm projecting that we're gonna sell the fleet for just a little over $200,000, your existing fleet. So you're gonna have that inbound revenue coming in. So if we don't do a capital infusion, I'm projecting that we're gonna spend about $62,000 on acquisitions this year to replace all 29 vehicles, which obviously is drastically lower than if you were to try to go out and buy even one vehicle, for that matter, much less 29 vehicles. And then from there, you see every year we're buying and selling vehicles. And ultimately over a long period of time, what it's also doing is creating a lot of predictability in the budget. We're being able to plan out what we're actually gonna do. We're gonna know 3-4 years from now, this is what we're planning to do. We're not surprised every year when a vehicle, meets its maker and we're like, oh my gosh, where are we gonna get this money from? Or you're having the Rolf and Peter pay Paul to be able to fund a new vehicle when you need it, or fund growth. I heard that's happening in the city as well, which means more officers, more public works people, all these things that you're gonna have to do, and it makes it sustainable for a long period of time. And I'm telling you, and this is how commercial entities manage their fleet. They're not reactive every year to what they need. They are planning well into the future as far as what they do, and really trying to manage the fleet like a business would manage its fleet is really what we're talking about here.
So this capital infusion is including buying back the chief's car?
On the bottom one it is. So the bottom one, what I did is I projected, say, we bought, so you have three, I think there's
Does he
three.
have any miles on it yet? Has he put any miles on it yet? Sir, have you put any miles on your vehicle?
Here, let me show you this real quick. So there's actually I think 3 different vehicles we probably would want to look at cash infusion to. One, you have the Tahoe, right, which is the fire chief vehicle, I believe. There's also a brush truck you all have out there. I don't know if y'all paid for it yet, but y'all definitely have already allocated the funds. So we could hop in there and we could, potentially finance that, which then you could reallocate that capital somewhere else or put
The one that we bought that we've not received yet.
Yeah, correct, yeah.
Do we know when we're going to be receiving that? In July?
July.
Okay.
That's the projected date, correct?
Okay, because I hadn't heard it was going to take, a couple of years? Has it already been that long?
18-month build time, we're at about a year now.
Yeah, it's hard to believe it's been
Is it
that long.
Skeeter, you said? Yeah, that sounds about right for them.
Okay, so you're going to buy that back from us and then release it to us?
Yeah, and then also I think there's a police vehicle out there somewhere that was recently purchased as well, for like $75,000. Those are round numbers that y'all gave. We'll obviously get some really hard numbers on some of that, but I would say we'd probably do a $270,000 cash infusion, roughly, give or take, something like that. And so how that affects year one and technically into year two is year one, I'm projecting $158,000 in lease expense, still $191,000 in capital, and then we would have about $492,000 then in inbound revenue from resale and/or cash infusion. So in this budget year, I'm projecting close to $150,000 actually budgetary credit we would have this year. That's just because we're bringing in more revenue. We anticipate us having expenses going out. By the way, I mean, this happened actually the same thing for Alvarado. We had a couple of things like that for them, but we also ended up selling vehicles for a lot more than we originally projected we were. So I think we almost ran budgetary credit 2 years in a row with them, which is obviously a really good story. Those are the kind of stories I like to bring back to councils.
So I have a question on that.
Yes.
So you're saying you sold some vehicles for Alvarado?
Yeah.
So was it around when COVID time, 2020, 2020?
They've been a client for about 5 years. So some of this was predating COVID as well. So they've been a client of ours since 2019. So some of these sales were coming through before technical COVID impacted started happening. Yeah, some of it did happen during COVID as well. Especially during COVID, you can't even hardly look at those. Those numbers are so through the roof. What was going on there, but. For 19 and 20, we were running a budgetary credit for them. Then we look at the COVID numbers; those aren't sustainable numbers just because of how high resale is sort of settled down right now. So the projections I have here are really more historical and projected going forward based on the current dollars today. Because you cannot look at COVID resale numbers just because they're so high. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because if you sold one of that you're using as an example, I know some vehicles that were like 5,000, but during COVID, it tripled because there was supply and demand issue.
Do I have this in here? Hold on. I've run through it. I might have ran through this too quickly.
Yes.
Let me pop back a little bit here. So this is an example. This is a vehicle that was sold very recently. This is a vehicle that we actually ran for Alvarado. So they actually had this car in service for a total of 23 months. So it was sold within the last 6 months. So we sold this asset for them. Over that period of time, they made a total payments on this vehicle of just over $15,000. At the end of the 23 months, we actually sold that vehicle and we actually credited them back almost $18,000 from the sale of that vehicle. So over that 2-year period of time, they actually ran a budgetary credit on the vehicle, which means they brought in more revenue and they actually had expenses going out. And this is all post-COVID sale dollars that we're realizing. And the way we're able to realize this, again, is we go through non-traditional governmental sale channels to be able to get high returns. We sold that truck for, I think, $38,000 is what we ended up selling that truck for. And that's just an example of something we bring to the city. We say, hey, here's something that you should do. Here's why you should do it. And then the city gives us the Caesar thumbs up, thumbs down on that. And then we execute upon that. We would have projected that out probably at least a year in advance of when we actually did that transaction, though.
Okay, and then another question that goes with that. So since we are leasing, you're going to withhold the title. And we might not know if these vehicles are new or they are pre-owned. So are these vehicles new or are they pre-owned?
They're all brand new. It's really rare we do a pre-owned one. There has to be a really, really good opportunity that falls in our lap for why we look at a pre-owned. And it happens occasionally. Heck, we have commercial clients that go in and out of business all the time, right? And maybe they had a vehicle that only had 1,000 miles on it, and we own it really, really cheap, and we say, hey, here's a good opportunity. But that is like 1 out of 200,000, that we would do in a given year that we might bring something like that up. It's really rare we do use so 99.999% of the time they're going to be new assets we ordered specifically for the city, based on the city's specs.
So how often do you meet with our city manager and the council and advise us as to how things are going?
Yeah, so we do it once a year, annual client review. We either do that usually it's during a workshop if y'all do those, or we'll do it here in a public forum. We'll do an annual client review that gives you the year over year of everything that's gone. Now we're meeting with the city manager usually at least 3 times a year as it relates to advice and guidance. around the fleet. And then if anything is really pertinent that needs council action, they'll bring it to you, or they'll, if they need us to do some further deep dive for you, we'll come in and do some explanations. Usually around your budget time every year is usually around roughly the time we're doing an annual client review. So we usually we'll give you your budget for the next year going forward, or what we project. Because I mean, this is all this is a moving target, right? And vehicles, they go up and down in pricing, so we're having to constantly reassess what's going on from a budgetary perspective. So we're bringing that to the council. Ideally, just once a year, you have to see me and my colleagues, but we'll come as much as you need us to, because your team is a locally based team here. Me and my colleague that would work on managing, we office out Irving. I live locally. They all live locally, so they can be here as often as you need. Hopefully, ideally, things are going well. We don't need to meet often, but we usually have contacts with your department heads on at least a monthly basis in some way, shape, or form, because vehicles are coming in. Because if we go and order 29 vehicles, they're going to stagger in over a long period of time, so we have to have a lot of communication around that. And when we see a vehicle has a safety recall, and we want to make sure we're on top of those sort of things, and just all sorts of communication comes down the pipe. Yes, sir.
So you mentioned like the animal control vehicle.
Yep.
You have to put a cage in the back or whatever. When you sell it with that on it, or do we have to every year buy a Ford?
Usually not. Usually we try to transfer it if we can, especially stuff like that. Now, when I build a model like this, I assume we can't transfer it. And hopefully in the future we can, because there's certain things that can be transferred pretty easily. Like especially if you do a slide-in animal control unit, which is what slides into a bad pickup. Those are the best ones to do, because literally it's like lifting one out, take one pickup, put it in the other pickup. Sometimes you can remount service bodies, you can remount flatbeds. Dump bodies are a little iffy on whether you can remount one of those. It has to be, because they change bolt patterns so often on vehicles. But if we can do it, and the body's in good shape, let's do it. PD vehicles, usually the transferable items are usually like a radio, cameras, radios, definitely a computer if y'all do those. Those are usually transferable items that most cities tend to transfer between at least a couple of patrol units. And usually most cities we work with tend to replace radios all at one time, maybe every other round of vehicles. But again, that all goes back to what the city decides it wants to do there. We budget for replacements of everything every time we turn these vehicles over based on the meetings I have with the department heads. But if we can recycle something and we can save $10,000 here or $5,000 here, let's do that, right? Because that just makes the story look a lot better into the future.
So we're charged more for the police vehicles than we are for other vehicles, correct?
Yeah, it depends on the vehicle itself. Like, it's a big dump ice, and those dump buys will cost more than a PD vehicle. But yeah, you got $30,000 or so in equipment going in that vehicle. I think depending on the vehicle that you do, you got anywhere from $40,000 to $50,000 in actual chassis costs. So those vehicles are run somewhere between $70,000 and $80,000, just depending on what it is. At least that's what you should be paying for one, somewhere between those general numbers.
And like you said before, these do not fall under the maintenance plan that we're paying for,
Yeah.
because we're gonna just pay these for dollar for
Yeah,
dollar.
I have their expenses budgeted in here.
Okay.
And I also have the expenses budget for the projected expense on even that fire apparatuses. I try to give a complete budget if I can. But, so I have it already budgeted, but if we don't spend the dollars, you don't pay for it on those. So it's not like, hey, here's the budget and we're ticking away at it. What happens is you'll pay for it dollar for dollar as it.
Police and fire.
Yeah, police
we
and
pay
fire
for
as
the
it
dollar.
occurs. At least for the pursuit rated vehicles and the fire apparatuses or ambulances if they run through our maintenance program, or anything like a trailer even. We have to put tires on a trailer or something that if it's under our program, we'd bill that back to the city.
So the reason why we have a discount on the first year and the fifth year, that's because we're getting that upshot of the capital, because you're selling
Yeah.
off the vehicles usually,
Yeah.
you said after year 4,
Yeah.
or after the warranty?
Yeah, and so like in the first year especially, especially in this model right here, we got two things going on there. One, we have the $270,000 projected capital infusion from the stuff we've acquired recently. And then secondly, we also have the resale of the 29 other vehicles we're actually gonna cycle in the first year. So you got a combination of those things, which gets you to that 492 roughly $1,000 in projected revenue for resale we're projecting in the first year of this.
But we won't get those vehicles in this year? You think it might be the end of the year?
Some will get in this year, but most, I mean, your PD vehicles, I mean, really hope to get them in this year, but they might blend in the next year. Also depends on how soon the council approves this. And, you know, when the council approves this, let me just be clear kind of how this works. The council is really approving the partnership in general, right? And then we're gonna you're gonna empower the city manager to approve all the actual individual acquisitions on an individualized vehicle basis as we go through those. It's gonna take us from time y'all approve this, if y'all approve, hey, we wanna move forward, we do wanna work with an enterprise, right? You'll say that tonight, right? Well, it's gonna take us at least probably another month to get through getting all the specs done, and some of them are really easy. Pickup trucks are super simple. We'll get a few of those done really quick in a couple of weeks, maybe, get those figured out. But then the more complicated vehicles, those are gonna take us probably at least a month to flush out all the specs and everything that need to go on there. Luckily, your city attorney's firm has actually reviewed our contract multiple times. So we have a lot of pre-done changes, so there shouldn't be a whole lot of auditing to go on there.
And you said you get a lot of these vehicles from Mexico?
It depends on who the manufacturer is, right? You know, Chevy and Ford and even Ram, they produce a lot in Mexico nowadays. Handfuls, not too many over the pond anymore. Now Ford does have a couple models that get produced over there, but not really that would affect y'all right now. So it just kind of depends on whether they're produced in, you know, Kentucky or Tennessee or wherever the plant is for that individual vehicle itself. It just depends on which vehicle it is. A lot of trucks are produced in Mexico and Saltillo, Mexico nowadays. So we're not seeing a whole lot. You're probably going somewhere around the tariff route, I assume, with that question, I'd imagine. But we're not seeing a whole lot of change as of yet. And if we were really scared, I'd be seeing a lot of communication coming down the pipe internally with us. And we're not really seeing that. It's just kind of in the ether somewhere there. It may or may not actually impact us or not. It just kind of depends.
So just going over the money one more time, the total estimated fleet expense, you're saying this first year, we're gonna have a credit of 89,000 is what you're projecting? So this year, we don't owe you anything?
Yeah, so how it's gonna work is, just so you know, from a money standpoint, we got an order all 29 of these vehicles, right? Well, the city doesn't start paying for it till they actually go into service. So say, I'm just gonna use one vehicle as an example so I can kind of explain it well. So we went and bought that truck. And let's say the lease payment is $800 a month, just for argument's sake. Well, once that vehicle goes into service, your $800 a month payment starts, right? And it starts ticking along. And then we go and we sell that old vehicle, right? And say we go and sell that old vehicle and we get $7,000 for it, for argument's sake. Well, then maybe month 2, you'll see a credit on your invoice for the sale of that vehicle. And then as far as that other cash infusion piece, that'll probably take us a couple months to get through because we gotta get titles and do all the other fun stuff, disclosures, the powers of attorney signed off so we actually can buy those assets out. Your actual brush truck will be the simplest one of all because I don't think y'all have actually paid for it or possessed the title yet. So we can just hop in the middle there and pay the vendor on your behalf there so we don't have to work. That one will go quicker.
We paid for it, haven't we? Didn't we pay for it? We haven't paid for it yet?
I think y'all
just bond money for it?
Yeah, I think y'all just allocate the funds so y'all can reallocate those funds now. At least a portion of them you'll be reallocate.
Money's still sitting in the bank.
Yep.
Money still staying in the bank, okay.
So you'll be able to reallocate those funds if we do that. And that part will happen pretty quick. So again, this is gonna be at least probably a 90-day implementation from time the city council says, yes, we want to partner with enterprise till we get through all the acquisitions. Like I said, we'll get a handful done here in a couple weeks from the time the council says, yes, they want to partner with enterprise. We won't get them delivered, obviously, but we'll at least get them ordered. And then with the more complicated vehicles, it's going to take some time to roll through the specs.
So we have a credit for the first year of 2025. The payments kick in for 2026, and you're saying the expense is $628,827.
Yeah, that's why I'm projecting.
January 1st, so we start taking that amount and we start paying it to you monthly,
Yeah,
starting January
it's
1st
monthly.
in
So
2026.
that's like actually a combination, just so you know, if you look at there's a one that says acquisition expense line item there. If you look at that one, I think it's $422,000 is projected for acquisition expense. So what that means is like, not necessarily January 1st. I'm really looking at more like fiscal year, not necessarily calendar year. So let's say October, you're paying, some of those payments will technically be
Okay,
made
so
before.
we can start paying for 2026 in our new fiscal year, starting this year, October 2025.
Yeah, correct, yeah. Because some of the vehicles won't even deliver till after October, like maybe a PD vehicle, it might, so we're in March, those might not come till January, right? So we might actually not start paying for those until,
So what do we need to budget for next year in our fiscal year? We need to budget for 422, or
Yeah.
we need to budget for 628?
so the 628 also includes the projected operational cost as well. So really, from an acquisition standpoint, you need a budget 422.
We need to budget for 422, not 628.
Yeah, the 628 is also including maintenance and repair and projected fuel costs. So you technically need a budget for that also. But in terms of just acquisitions, it's 422. Does that make sense?
Okay, but we would need to budget for the maintenance and
Correct.
fuel expense, correct? We'd
Correct.
still be paying
Yeah,
you
you
now.
still be paying for it.
So we need to budget for 628, 827
Correct, yeah, for the total fleet.
for the total for that year, and we'll have to budget that.
And
out.
most of these
Okay.
tend to create some sort of fleet fund as it relates to that. It makes it a lot easier to manage the ebb and flow of some of these expenses versus having come out of all the individual departments. It makes things a little easier.
And I'd kind of like to interject here too. Right now, we're kind of just lumping all vehicles together. And I know council understands this, especially those that have been around for a little while. You know, your fire and your police, those are paid with straight tax dollars. Your public works is an enterprise. It is a business that generates its own revenue. And yes, it is paid by the citizens, but you have to look at that as an actual business because that is what it is. So we're not asking to use hard tax dollars to pay for the whole thing. In fact, half of this is public works, which is built from the enterprise and the revenue that's generated. So, you know, I know there's still a budget and there's.
Doesn't that get a little confusing, though, as we're trying to sit here and go through a contract and divide it up and say, we're going to take this out of the enterprise fund and the rest of it out of
We're
general
going to have to
fund?
do it anyway, though.
Because they're going to get the credit for the brush truck, then Public Works would, and not city.
No, he's kind of lumping everything together is what I'm saying. When it comes down to actual budget time, it's just like we're doing it now, right? It's just going to be, I'm just saying, it's a different revenue.
I understand. We have an enterprise fund and we have a general fund. And general fund is property tax, and enterprise fund is supposed to be self-sustaining. But we also know that the profit from that self-sustaining enterprise fund is supposed to fund itself. That's why it's supposed to be separate from the city. And we know in 10 years, we have a $10 million water sewer plant upgrade that's looming over our heads. And so any revenue that's in that enterprise fund, that net balance, should be going into some kind of an account so we can start saving for that, so we don't put a big hit back out on the citizens where we suddenly have to double their water bill and their sewer bill and take out a big bond to fund that if we're not prepared. And we've talked about that last year before you came, about how we need to start thinking about putting that into some kind of, you know, a situation where we're planning ahead for that. So we don't want to drain the enterprise fund, and we kind of have been doing that. And that's another finance question with me. That's a sticky subject with me, because the net profit from our enterprise funds goes into our pooled checking account. And so it's really hard to know what's been rolling over and what's not convoluted and mixed up with our general fund revenue. So that's something that we have to work out still. We haven't worked that out
So
yet.
most cities do it, just so you know. I mean, we work with a lot of municipalities. They all do things a little different. Every city likes to do things, but most tend to create either a singular or dual fund as it relates to fleet. They'll either have a single fleet fund that everything flows through, and they'll bank the resale dollars in that fund. And then as there are credits in that can be utilized, then they use them for underfunded or unfunded programs. Or two, they will sometimes create two separate, they'll create the enterprise fund, enterprise fleet fund, hard to say.
Yeah, that's hard to say.
Yeah, and then the, the general fund, fleet fund as well, and they'll operate in separate silos from each other. Again, every city does it a little bit different. It's a little easier if you lump it in one, just from your.
I was gonna say, regardless of what fund we're taking out of, when I know that doesn't really concern you, that
Correct.
concerns us,
Correct.
it's a cost to the taxpayer, because the same people usually that are paying us the property tax that's going into our general fund are paying their water bills, and they're gonna pay the high rate. So if we drain the enterprise fund and charge them later with a higher water rate, which we've
Yeah.
already talked about hiking, they're gonna pay it both ends.
For sure.
They're still gonna pay it, and the $628,000, just looking at it as a general thing, it's $52,402 every month, just so everybody knows.
Okay, sorry. So when the city manager, you say that the enterprise fund is going to take care of the public works, which has always been. But now I'll also have an issue with that because back in 2018, we had the capital improvement project that was projected to be around 10 million, 10.1, 10.2. And because of inflation, now the same capital improvement plan is projected to cost the taxpayer through the water bill approximately 22 million. So that cost is also going up, even though you're saying it's going to come from the same enterprise fund, which means the infrastructure will have to wait. And as the mayor said, I think the sewer kind of project that we are anticipating for COVID money, which we did not allocate it to that project, now it has to come from the same enterprise fund. So I'm just having some kind of issue with that a little.
I hear what y'all are saying, but I've been here 3 months and I'm trying to solve one problem right now. So anyway, I hear what you're saying, and I'm very aware of that problem. But this right now is one that I'm presenting today, and I will at some point present a solution to that problem. But
Yeah, I would say that, you know, the fleet is, whether you have those issues with whatever other projects you have going on, the fleet's still going to be there. You're still going to have to pay for it in some way. You're still going to have to replace vehicles. You can't run them for 50 years, right? You're not doing that today, and I doubt you'll do that in the future. You're still going to have to do that. You're still going to have to pay to put fuel in those vehicles. You can't just park them, right, and not use them. You're going to, which means you're driving them, which means you're putting money in maintenance. Those vehicles are wearing out. You're going to be forced to replace them at some trend. And so what we're really talking about doing here is spending dollars differently. Dollars you're going to spend. It doesn't matter if you have a $100 million project that you have to accomplish. The fleet's still going to be there every single day. It's still going to be burning gas every single day. It's still going to be costing the city money. You cannot avoid it. There's no avoiding what's going on there. Now, can you kick the can one year to another for acquisitions today? Sure you can, but eventually comes the roost, right? Anything you delay always has an effect to it in some way, shape, or form. And if you start running the fleet, I'm just going to hit you in the eyes with, like a business runs its fleet, but like the biggest fleets in the world, they don't run their fleets out for 20 years. They cycle the vehicles for a really good reason, because it costs them less to do it. It costs less downtime, makes them more efficient fiscally and operationally. And you're not going to be able to avoid fleet cost. You look at a dollar amount and you say, okay, we don't want to spend $500,000, but guess what? It's going to come one way or the other. It's eventually going to be there. You can't avoid it. That's just the nature of this. Unless you shut down city operations and get rid of your public works department, which I highly doubt that's anytime soon, you're going to have to pay for those vehicles. They're going to have to go out there and service the things that they do. The police department's going to have to patrol and keep your citizens safe. There's no avoiding that whatsoever. And you want those, especially those crucial vehicles, those first responder vehicles, have to be some of your best working vehicles that you have in the city to be able to respond to crisis as needed. So that's kind of my 2 cents on that in general.
One more question I wanted to go over that we talked about last night.
Yes, ma'am.
Explain to council what happens in a couple of years if we decide we want to cancel this contract. We have elections every year. We might get a new council. They might say, we can't afford this anymore. It's too expensive, or we need to do something different, and
Yeah,
just start buying them outright. What happens?
Yeah, so definitely got a few options there. Knock on wood, never happens, right? But if, say that does come for whatever reason, council does turn over and we have to recommence a new council or something like that. Either they decide they don't like it for whatever reason. Well, all the vehicles are set up under finance, right? They eventually amortize out, and they quote unquote pay off, and you keep holding them into perpetuity, right? You basically fall back into your own old ways. Or you can turn them in, and we'll go sell them all if you want us to, and then we'll cut the checks back to the city for the proceeds and use those proceeds to go buy new vehicles, or a bunch of old used vehicles if you want to, whatever you want to use. But in the day, our job is to help make this make fiscal sense for the city for a very, very long period of time. And obviously, I always say that we wouldn't have been in business, we wouldn't have had so much growth in the space if we didn't do our job, we didn't do it really, really, really well. And we work with some of the biggest cities, and Chicago's our biggest city in the nation that we work with, all the way down to Quitman, Texas, out by Lake Fork, if you know where that is. So I mean, just they run the gamut in their size. I think he sent you an article about Quitman, funny enough. So I think in a day, I mean, that's part of you're hiring us to be able to advise in an area that maybe the city doesn't have a lot of expertise in at times.
I get it. You don't want us to cancel.
Yeah,
But if, like I
it
said,
could.
I gave you the scenario yesterday just so that we all know
Yeah.
what's happening. If we call you up and we say, hey, Nick, we don't like this, it's a new council, we don't know
Yep.
why that previous council, did this crazy scheme, we don't want to do this anymore.
Yep.
And we cancel it, we still have to pay. So we're not done paying until we hit maybe year 5 on each of those
Yeah,
vehicles.
most vehicles aren't.
Because we have to, essentially what you said, pay them off.
Yeah, correct.
We're
Or
paying them off to you, so we
go get a
keep-
tax note and do it.
so
Eventually,
it's not like you can just stop paying, we have to keep paying even after we cancel.
eventually everything's a pay now, pay later scenario, right? So either today you pay all in the front, or we amortize over a period of time. So the council, whatever council that would be, would have the choice
Yeah.
of how they want to.
Yeah, so the bill doesn't go away, not immediately at least.
immediately,
It's gonna
at least.
take up to 5 years to go away,
Yeah.
depending on when we acquired our last set of vehicles and when they
Yeah, exactly.
amortize out or whatever.
Every vehicle has its own financial schedule, every
Yeah.
single vehicle.
So when are they
So
supposed
some
to-
vehicles might be in service for 5 years at that time. Some might have been in service for 2 years or 1 year or 4 years or whatever it is. So they're always gonna be in various states of amortization at any
Yeah,
point
so
in
we
time.
keep paying them off until we've paid you off or bought you out or whatever you wanna
Yeah.
say it. But you did say that the title still says
Yeah,
in
we-
Enterprise's
we
name.
typically don't-
Even
don't-
after the 5 years.
Yeah, we
We're
typically
not
we-
really buying them from you like we'd be going to somewhere else and buying them.
Yeah, typically not. Typically, the title is we continue to hold title, and then there's legal reasons why we do that, but also, even if we haven't worked together for 50 years, and you're like, hey, this vehicle was a quote-unquote enterprise vehicle, you turn it into us 50 years later, we'll go sell that asset for you. Enterprise doesn't go anywhere.
So after 5 years, when we buy you out, we can keep all the vehicles for the rest of their lifespan?
Yeah, or what?
Until they just crap out?
Exactly, if that's what the city chooses.
If that's what the but it's
Obviously,
not
we'll
the
show
choice.
the areas of the ways, but if that didn't work,
Sorry.
but you would keep doing it, yeah,
But essentially, we're still paying for 5
Yeah.
years, so.
yeah, for sure. What are questions?
Okay, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Our streets, everybody knows, are hard on our vehicles.
Yeah.
Even the taxpayers' vehicles. So how will this affect you are talking about the credits.
Mm-hmm.
How will this affect the ultimate resale price for our used vehicles?
I guess,
Under
so
your
are you
program.
talking about like damaged, the vehicles are damaged or something? Is that what you're saying? I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble following you.
Okay. So, a very good example. We have had these issues arise. They are not very common, but sometimes they do arise. I was here in the council and before being a councilman, and we bought a police car, and then for some reasons, one of our employees drove when they were turning on College, there was a damage. So because of that, we had to issue another extra money to go and repair that. So to cut this story short, we have potholes in Keene. And sometimes I hear from the residents that they spend so much money on repair because of, wheel alignments, and they normally spend a lot of time.
I think I'm tracking with you a little bit there. So, if it's something that's damaged related, like, and would basically be an accident, for instance, that's gonna run through TML, or the city's gonna make a determination they self-fund that damage-related repair. If it's something that's operational in the vehicle that's not like directly related to an accident or something, then that would either fall into a full maintenance program or fall under the pay-as-you-go program. Just kind of depends on what it is. There's so many different scenarios. But I think I'm hearing you right. I think you're talking about actual damage to the vehicle related to more of an accident-related driving issue. Is what I think you're saying.
Yes, basically, in short, is if you have a vehicle, every city is not the same.
Yeah.
Cleburne might be spending, under your program, probably maybe $50,000, as an example.
Yeah.
But Keene, because of our road conditions, it takes a while to maintain these roads. We are spending the same vehicle
Yeah.
under your program and fleet analysis. We are spending $100,000.
I think I got you. Let me just say this. So like if it's one of the fixed cost maintenance vehicles, if it's something it's related to any major and minor repair is covered under that fixed cost maintenance program. So PMs, preventive maintenance, major minor repairs, engine, suspension related things, computer systems, air conditioning, you kind of all those sort of things. Maybe you can name a few more, you probably know a few more items to name than I do, but anything related to that that's not directly related to an accident is covered under that program. The only things that might not fall under the fixed cost maintenance program, if it's one of the vehicles that fall under that, would be like if we're telling, hey, you got an oil change due, the city decides to drive the vehicle for 25,000 miles, never gets an oil change, and they blow an engine on it, you might be buying an engine. But it's really, I've never seen it happen in a city, but it could, I guess. That'd be something like that could occur potentially. But I've never heard of what you're saying, like road conditions affecting the overall maintenance cost of the vehicle. Usually you might see that on a much older vehicle that's been in service for 10, 20 years, that's been beat up for a decade. You might see something like that occur, I guess. But if it's damage related, it rolls through TML. If it's not damage related, it rolls through the maintenance program. Cut and dry. There's really no.
I think he's wondering if the plans are the same based on each city where you live in.
No,
Do you ding us if we happen to have our tires replaced more than another town because we hit potholes all the time?
No.
I think that's what he's trying to
Yeah,
say.
so there are some wearable items in the fixed cost maintenance program. We build in X number of tires.
Like, is there a
And-
limit? Yeah.
yeah,
Do we have a limit on how many
yeah,
times we
like-
can take it in
so-
for routine maintenance?
Yeah, most of your vehicles are averaging really low mileage, right? They're averaging under 7,000 miles a year on your public works vehicles are average. So they might not even get a set of tires. Some of them, I have them built in, right, to the projected cost, right? But they might not ever actually get a tire, potentially. If we're cycling a vehicle out with 25,000 miles on it, we might not have ever put a set of tires on it, potentially. But tires, I have them budgeted in, but you're gonna pay for them as those occur. An actual tire replacement. I haven't budgeted, but if we don't, it's kind of like if we don't use it, then that's just more credit for the city from a budgetary perspective. Hopefully that makes some semblance of sense. But I've been doing this a really long time. I've never seen, we work with some pretty rural cities too, much more rural than, this isn't rural compared to some of the cities we work with. And I've never heard that be a major ongoing issue with any city. And we don't change our maintenance rates based on your road conditions. We don't go out and do a road survey or anything of that nature. We don't have the time for that sort of stuff.
We're not changing the rates based on how many times we use it.
No,
Program.
Nope, we are not. Hopefully that's
Mr.
clear.
Foster?
Just a little food for council. So on this fleet replacement schedule that's in our packet here, I just ran the numbers last night, and we have 14 vehicles that are at least, well, going back from 2005. It's 20 years old. Okay, between 15 to 20 years old, we got 14 of our fleet. 12 go to from 2020 to, and then 11 are 5 years old. So I know we haven't been replacing 3 vehicles a year because we've got one 25 model, one 24, 2 23s, one 22, and then 6 21s. So 21 must have been a really good year for the city of Keene because 6 of our vehicles were 21s, or we bought them used a couple years later, I don't remember. But if we do my simple math, my little scratch pad here, if you figure replacing, because you got 26 vehicles that are more than 5 years old. If you do 3 vehicles a year, you're at an average cost of $70,000, which I just pulled it out of my hat, I don't think anything to base that on, but that's $210,000. And then, according to these numbers, we're spending about $400,000 a year on fuel and maintenance. That's $700,000 right there that we're going to have to be spending soon to replace these bottom vehicles, where the highest number here I'm looking at is like, I think it's 628. some numbers are less. So I'm just throwing that out there to think about the age of our fleet. Now, there's we got one that was a 1974 model, and
It's called a classic.
1970, no, I'm just teasing.
Yeah, the
But, I
current
mean-
ones we're keeping. It's-
Yeah, so I'm just saying that I think we really need to take a hard, I know that's a big number, but we got to replace the guys at the bottom.
Yeah, if we don't do this program, yeah,
And
I agree. We still need to have a plan. If we decide not to do this program, we need something in the next budget year. We've got to look at our numbers really hard and see if we can start funding some vehicles then and continue what we've been doing, which is cash paying.
And just say, we do have some cities that do self-fund it, but it just, y'all are gonna have to go on a lot slower tranche than I think y'all really need to in order to do that. Because even if you were to increase to 6 vehicles every year, which is, it's still a longer cycle than I would recommend, then you're having to come up with, 500,000 every year in purchases. So I think you're gonna spend the money either way, and if you kind of keep doing the same thing over and over, it's just you're not gonna ever get yourself out of the hole. I just don't think y'all don't have the funding to be able to slowly buy your way out of this, from what I can see from everything I've looked at.
No, apparently we've been doing this since 1955 when we incorporated, right? Have we ever had a lease program? So we've done it for a while now.
Yeah, but if you want to improve, if you want to, you can't reduce let's put it this way, you're not gonna be able to reduce your expenses without changing. You can keep doing the same thing you're doing, right? And run vehicles to
Yeah.
forever and keep things the same and not ever do anything. But if you want to create change, you either have to adopt something like this where we're able to, again, buy and sell assets, or you have to start coming up with a lot more money to
Yeah.
do
The
it
problem with
yourself.
this change is it's forcing us to come up with the money, and we're not sure that we have it yet, that we can come up with it yet. So we kind of take each fiscal year budget, year by year. Some years we have a lucrative year, like maybe 2021, and we were able to do a lot, and then we find the next year we can't, and stuff. And so once we sign, we lock ourselves into, then we have to pay you this $52,000 every year, because we have to do it at least for 5 years until we buy these vehicles out. Because once you replace our fleet and we don't have any vehicles, we can't stop, we're stuck. And we're kind of now, we can't do anything. So we can just, keep doing what we're doing for a while, and then if we have a lucrative year, when we get a bunch of commercial businesses in town and we find some money, we can buy 6 cars one year, and then we still own them, and then continue paying the fuel on our
You
own.
can
and
definitely keep
maintenance.
doing what you're doing, for sure. That is
So
definitely
I
an
think we
option.
have
I have-
go ahead.
I have
Go
a
ahead, Mr.
question,
Dewey,
yeah.
and I'll-
So basically what I was asking you before is if our cost of maintenance keeps going up, if you have had that issue in the previous series, does that increase our cost based on your projection that you have shared with us?
No.
Just for clarification.
No. The only thing because like,
So,
oh, sorry, I thought
you have already explained it. I was just trying to make it clear to you
Yeah.
so that in case you did not get that. So when we buy a vehicle, or when somebody, some of us buy vehicles, I know, new vehicles,
Mm-hmm.
we tend to drive these vehicles until they are depreciated to a point it doesn't depreciate anymore.
Uh-huh.
And we keep just driving it until maybe the wheels fall off.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's called we run them to the ground.
yes. So is the depreciation included in this, the fleet analysis, the projection that you're giving here? If we
Yes.
decided to keep our vehicles longer than your recommendation?
No, I did not include in the analysis if you decide to keep vehicles longer than my recommendation. This is you following my recommendations. Now, again, every year y'all can make a decision to not replace something that we recommend, and we will, at that point in time, we will restack the projections for you. We'll do that every year, whether you ask us to or not.
You're going to change them for inflationary
Yeah.
reasons, or if you suddenly have to spend more buying the vehicles to get them to us, because some
Yeah,
market
there's
reason-
gonna be adjustments every
Yeah,
year.
these are fluid numbers.
Yeah,
So-
they are, because it's just like, I think something came up, even with like the road repair earlier, if we wait, for instance, we wait to adopt this for 2-3 months, and we're no longer in 2025 model year, now we're in 2026 model year.
That'll change the cost.
manufacturers are gonna increase, because the one reason we're trying to get a lot out of the gates is because we want to buy the vehicles when the cheapest are gonna be right now, which is right now. They're not going down in cost anytime.
Yeah, you told me they were the cheapest to buy them in April, correct?
Yeah, well, we usually want to buy them by April because that's when the manufacturers
By April.
cut off the model year. The model year ordering usually cuts off somewhere by late April. Is when they cut. Some have already cut off for the year. Like Chevy has stopped taking orders for 1-ton chassis. They're no longer taking. They stopped taking 1-ton chassis orders back in December. So I mean, it's just there's various models that are already unavailable for 2025 unless we go buy it from a dealer, which we don't want to necessarily have to do that. But usually around the April-ish timeframe is when manufacturers, they've cut off a bunch this week, you know, for various different types of models have been cut off this week. Every week they're cutting off ordering the vehicles. So that means the government buy channel has shut off at the factory level. So therefore we either have to wait till the next model year to open back up sometime in the late summer. Usually is when they open up ordering. The production actually doesn't start until the fall. And so that means we're not getting vehicles until after the next calendar year, somewhere in 2026, when it actually lands. So the sooner we order vehicles, not say we go out and put them in service right now, we got to get the order in so we can lock in, because we take your program to bid every year on your behalf. We're going to take your program to bid to Chevy, Ford, Stellantis, who's Ram, by the way, that's what they're called nowadays, to Nissan, to Toyota, whoever it is. We're going to take it to bid on your behalf. We get those bid results back from the manufacturers every year, and we present to the city, say, hey, here's, of all the half-ton trucks, here's your options. Here's the lowest cost acquisition. Here's the lowest total cost of ownership. We present that to the city, and we say, we recommend going with this one, right? And then the city gives us a thumbs up, we execute upon that. If they're like, no, I don't really like that, I don't like a Toyota Tundra, I want to drive this Silverado, then we'll go and execute upon the Silverado. We'll restack the budget based on what the city, decides to do.
And you said you let us know when is the right time to sell it in order to get the most from it.
Correct.
So you'll come back to us, so it might be a 4 years, but it could be 1 year.
Yeah, it could be.
You could come back in a year after we've been using the vehicle and say, hey, this is a good time to sell this vehicle. It's, prime on the market right now. Let's sell it and make the recommendation to the city manager, and then he signs off on it, and then you trade it out with another vehicle.
There are times we'll buy a truck, we'll run it for a year, and we'll sell it for more than we originally bought it for, because the government buys vehicles so cheap, and you buy a vehicle, and you run really, really low mileage. And so, but we couple that with selling it out there in the commercial market versus the public market, we can demand a lot higher return. There's times we'll bring that to the city's attention and tell them that, hey, this is what you should do.
Okay, so like the Chiefs vehicle, if we sell that one to you and then you lease it back to us in a year, you could come back and say, hey, we found a good deal that we can sell this for.
Probably not his, because he put.
I keep going after the Chiefs vehicle,
Yeah.
don't you?
I mean,
Because
she doesn't like-
I
she doesn't like
told-
that vehicle for some
I told
reason.
you last night, I said, let the man drive his vehicle.
Yeah,
I said, don't take away my Chiefs vehicle.
I thought you said put him in a smart car last night.
No,
That was funny. I mean,
You're gonna get me into trouble now. No, I said, let the man drive the vehicle, don't take it back from him. He
Yeah,
just
no,
got it. He hasn't even driven it yet. Yes, Mr. Smith?
I have a question for you, sir. I heard you say this, and I just want to make sure that the public understands this. You said that Enterprise only makes money on the leasing portion. Is that correct?
No, we make money in a bunch of different areas. Primarily, we make most of our money. That's a great question. Like, where does Enterprise make this money? No one's asked that yet. Most of our money is made off management fees. The city pays us a management fee on the vehicles we acquire, and lease 0.1% of the capitalized cost of the vehicle on a monthly basis. So I go buy a $50,000 vehicle. City's paying me $50 a month to manage it. I know it doesn't sound like a lot of money, but get enough million vehicles under management eventually adds up to real money for us as a business. We get money on a large scale from the manufacturers based on if we buy 500,000 Chevys this year and so on and so forth. We hope to make a little bit of money on the maintenance portion if we project everything out correctly, maybe a little bit on interest. We make a little bit in a few different areas, but the main area where we make our money and what we rely on is our management fees. And that's what pays for all of our services and what we do.
And the reason I asked that is because you had mentioned earlier that you guys don't make a dime when you sell a vehicle. We get all of that money. So I'm just trying to make sure that the citizens understand that if you make a statement like that, you better own that, right? So that effectively is true as well.
Yeah, correct, yeah.
Okay.
The only thing that's netted out of the proceeds sale of vehicles, if we incur any cost to sell that vehicle, like an auction fee or something like, or something.
But we would know that
Yeah, you wouldn't, well.
prior
yeah.
to, because
Yeah, we're gonna set what's called a floor on every vehicle we sell. We'll set a floor dollar amount, And then as long as we hit that floor or better, we're gonna go and sell the vehicle. If for some reason we're not gonna hit that floor, even because of fees or whatever the situation, could be reconditioning even, we're gonna bring that back to the city and say, hey, here's what's going on with this vehicle. We've got, 20 bids on it. Here's the bids we've gotten back on it. It's coming a little bit less than we projected. What do you want us to do with this? Do you want us to continue to market this or just go and take it? Or do you want to take it back in the fleet and keep operating it? We'll give guidance there before we do it.
Okay. And then there was a couple other things I wanted to, another question I had for either our finance director or Mr. Seitz. Do we have a number that we spend on maintenance right now, monthly, like an average monthly over the last 12 months? Do we have that? Do we know that number?
I looked up in the budget, and we have actuals for 2024, and the actuals for 2024 under the general fund was $130,000, and under the water sewer fund, it was $20,000. So under a line item that says vehicle maintenance and repairs, it's $150,000 that I could find that we spent. I don't know how the gas is totally shown in the budget, but I know that.
Okay. And then, oh, go ahead, sorry, go.
I was just going to say, and again, remember, this is just an informational session. Obviously, we would want to drill down even more, but I wasn't wanting to send our finance department down a rabbit hole when we're already spread thin in there and we're trying to get that figured out, so.
And I appreciate that. I'm looking at the scale, right? I'm like looking at the scale, like you put apples over here, and now how are you going to balance that from what we already are doing? So I'm just trying to, I guess I came in here not really knowing what I wanted to do or which direction I wanted to move forward. Then I hear the presentation, so I'm going, well, this sounds really cool, but then I'm also a little hesitant because I'm a guy who likes to buy things outright, so I don't owe anybody money, and then pay the maintenance, like I go to hops with my vehicle. So, but I do understand that it makes sense to drive shiny new equipment around, and then 4 years down the road, we're transferring that asset out and getting something new, and we're actually, like in the description that was given, we actually made money on that vehicle, so by the lease. So there's a lot of pros, and I'm still waiting to hear more cons. To be honest with you, I feel like I haven't heard of the negative stuff yet.
Well, I've reached out to city managers that have done this, and there's a reason 6 years later they're still doing it, and again, cities aren't doing this because it's costing the city money, and here's the thing, it's not about shiny new vehicles, it's really not.
No, I know.
It's about being smarter with our money, and the city managers that I've spoke with are very thankful for this program. And, I was never a lease guy, but that's because my job took me on, so many miles, it never made sense. Honestly, this is the first job I've had in my entire professional career that it actually makes sense. Why? Because I'm not driving high miles. I used to drive in direct sales 10, 15 years ago. It would be very normal to drive 50,000 miles a year. I would never look at a lease because, man, once you hit that mark, back then it was 25 cents a mile. I can't even imagine what it is now. Yeah. So this is why cities are using this program, because it makes sense, because we're not driving heavy mileage.
Did you have a question, Mr. Johnson? Did you want to come and speak?
You don't mind? I'd like to ask a couple of questions, this gentleman right here.
Okay.
On the miles that we get on the police cars, it should say, correct? Because that's the police cruisers.
What about them?
Who does the most driving around town?
Yeah.
How do we work that with their miles?
Their miles really isn't that heavy. I mean, they're averaging less than 15,000 miles a year on the police cruisers. It's pretty low mileage.
15,000?
Yeah, under 15.
I don't think that's true. But anyway,
But based on their current odometers, that's what it's projected.
okay, but how often do they got to trade them in?
Usually
the
about
police
every 4 to
cruisers?
5 years is how often we turn those over, typically.
Okay. What else I had to ask you? And every trade-in, you say 4 or 5 years on a police cruiser?
Yeah, just about. It depends on the equipment cost and market conditions, obviously. But on average, that's going to be about the average trend. The longest we typically ever hold one is 5 years.
Yeah, how many miles are you saying before they sell them?
For cities, it's really more or less of a mileage than a time factor.
Mm-hmm.
for them. So it's because the mileage patterns in the city are so low that it's really more of a time factor, not an actual mileage factor. Now, if you're a commercial entity, it's very different.
Right.
But for cities, because your mileage patterns are very low compared to like the average driver, you know, like one of our commercial clients might drive 30,000 miles a year on a vehicle.
Yeah.
But cities, especially cities this size, tend to not drive very many miles. They really, really don't in comparison to the rest of the market out there. So we're really chasing a time and a resale factor, not necessarily a mileage factor for the city itself.
So what if they get over the miles? I mean, say if the police department, I know, Enterprise, if you get 50,000 miles, they sell them. Is that correct?
Well, it depends on the vehicle. It runs the gamut. Some vehicles we sell, like rental car vehicles, they sell anywhere from 15, usually a year
Yeah.
to 2 years, longest we do hold one. I mean, the mileage, yeah, it's really rare to see a 50,000
The reason I
mile
said
car.
that, a friend of mine runs one in Cincinnati,
Yeah.
Enterprise.
Well,
And he says if they get close to 50, they get rid of them.
Yeah, depending on the vehicle, but yeah, especially nowadays, I mean, we're gonna cycle them out well
Yeah.
before 50. For the
Well,
most part. It's a little different on the rental cars than the actual city vehicle,
Right.
because there's a bunch of other factors going into
Now,
it.
what if they, just say for example, what if they tear the seats up? Or,
That might, usually with police cars especially,
I'm
usually.
not saying nothing about the police car, I'm saying anybody.
Yeah, so it might affect the resale slightly. It would sell for a little bit less. There's not like a penalty or anything. It could potentially impact the resale vehicle. But if you're talking about like a public works vehicle, which is a work truck, they're called work trucks for a reason, people are buying these vehicles and know they're gonna have a little bit of wear and tear to them at the time we
Yeah.
sell
Well,
them. We project that into the,
I worked for Fort Worth, but I drove my own truck
Yeah.
when I worked there, and we was responsible for our own truck.
yeah, if you
If
mess
you,
it up.
yeah, if you broke the door handle or you tear something
Yeah.
up, you're responsible for it.
Yep.
You know, and that's the way we should make this city do it.
Yeah.
If they go, I mean, the police
Employee onus
department,
is
you
what you're
can't do
saying?
that.
Put the onus on the employees, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
Okay, I just asked it, thank you.
Good question. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Question? Oh,
You have a question?
All
Mr.
right.
Foster?
I was just going to bring up one more point, and
Yes,
that
sir.
is, and it's not related to the money, it's just related to the man-hours. I've spoken to the chief, Chief Kidd, and he mentioned that we've got one employee, one of his employees, who pretty much spends his entire day fixing cars and helping cripple this fleet along, when he could be doing other much more productive job. So I wonder, that's just the police, I haven't spoken to Public Works or the fire chief. But that's also another factor that we need to take under consideration is let those guys go out there, hit the key or push the button, I guess it is now, and get to work. So how many man-hours are we losing because of having them to cripple this fleet along?
They would still have to take them in for the regular maintenance, though, so our employees would probably still be charged with that, taking them down to Hops or wherever and
Yeah, but Hops is
servicing
doing
it.
the work, not our guys in uniform.
Yeah.
I know.
so another, go ahead.
I know the average vehicle's warranty's 3 years, 36,000 miles. We're well under that, 36,000 miles a year. And I know Dodge for a fact, their powertrain warranty is 100,000 miles.
Correct.
So if we even go a year over that, powertrain's still under warranty, which is your engine, rear ends, drivetrain. It doesn't cover consumables like brakes, filters, and shocks and stuff like that. But we'd still be covered, and if we got it, if we swapped it out over 4 years, it would still have warranty left on it. So basically, we would be taking it to the dealership and not having to have our people work on it. We may be down a truck, but we're not having to work on it. And so where our manpower can stay maintained with the city.
Yeah, I mean, we always do man-hour studies too, but definitely that's a kind of an impact. I mean, it could be a soft dollar cost, but in the future it becomes a hard dollar because if you have your employees having to spend more time on vehicles being down, or you have employee in a badge actually doing work on a vehicle, which is definitely not what their job is, that's maybe one more employee you have to hire in the future as the city grows. There's all sort of costs to that.
I'm scared to ask, but I know our Lieutenant Steele is constantly under the hood, and that's our number 2 in the city. So that's a very expensive mechanic.
I'd like to go ahead and hear from Mr. Williams. If we could bring our finance director up here. We asked him to come here to this meeting. I hate to not utilize his time since we're paying him.
you have a question? Did you have a question while you wait on him, or?
Wanna ask
Okay,
him something?
yes,
Go ahead,
I can
real
ask a question. So one, I wanted you to explain to the taxpayer out there. I know Troy Smith, Councilman Troy Smith, has already asked about this question, but I want to ask about this question so I can be able to understand the process. I'm talking about the police car. We paid on average, how much? 55,000, how much was it?
It's probably just for the vehicle, not including equipment.
Yes, new vehicle, that's average, let's say 55,000.
Yeah, plus probably about 30 grand for equipment.
Yes, so we had that cost on top of that. Now we are looking at maybe 80,000 or something that we have already spent. And we know when you buy a new vehicle, it depreciates 20% out of the gate on average. So you're going to buy this vehicle, and we know we have already lost, theoretically, 20%. So how are you going to come, like, how are you going to make our money back based on your credit if you're going to, whoever is going to buy this vehicle from Enterprise is going to pay 20% less because it's kind of like a pre-owned now?
Yeah, so it's very different. I think we're complaining, retail vehicles compared to governmental vehicles, very, very different. They have a very different acquisition cost. So they depreciate a lot slower than a retail vehicle does, because we're paying, $10,000 less than someone in the public might for that same vehicle. So they have less of a drop in the beginning. They're still gonna have a drop in the beginning of some way, shape, or form, but because y'all drive low mileage, that slide I showed you earlier is, we're projecting that the current, that half-ton or three-quarter ton truck, I can't remember what it was I put in there, to have a $1,700 loss in value in the first year, right? That's $1,700. But then you look at, after 2 years, the average drop was $2,400 per year. So it actually costs us less to cycle the vehicle early. And then if you looked at dragging it all the way out to 14 years, it was averaging $2,500 a year on average in reduced value. So it actually makes better sense to cycle that vehicle every 12 to 18 months compared to running it out to 14 years. Because the average annual depreciation is less from cycling it earlier than running it out a long time. Did I explain that well?
Yes, thank you. And then my last question regarding this topic. So my concern, council member here, we might say, oh, this is a good deal. We're gonna spend maybe 200,000 less than this, and everything's good.
Yep.
If all works the way it is planned here. Here's the problem. When I was doing my research, I found something that was a little bit concerning.
Okay.
I know most leasing companies go broke. This is something that is understood. We saw some leasing companies selling their Tesla vehicles and all that stuff, and during COVID.
Are you talking about like rental car companies?
Yes, but now here is my question. So when I was doing my research, I was trying to find how much, as a company, Enterprise, how healthy Enterprise as a system is. And I ran into a concern. There was a lawsuit that was brought, a legal issue that was brought up with the Delaware Trust, which the Enterprise is under, and between Enterprise and the government communities. And as we know for a fact, you cannot sue a trust. You cannot bankrupt a trust.
Yeah.
That's not where the problem is, which means we don't know how, as you continue, getting more cities in, the liabilities or chances of either bankruptcy, which I know the trust won't be bankrupt, but I know the incorporated companies that are working with the trust can decide to file for bankruptcy. And now, here is Keene, and we have been in this position before, where we entrusted a contractor or another company to take care of our IT system. And we said, everything is great, you're saving money, everything's good, until we had a cyber attack. And we were supposed to pay maybe 5 million,
Okay.
which we refused to pay.
Of course.
But the impact, we have been going through this, and we have been paying a lot in terms of that process, whatever happened. So can you help us understand? Here is a scenario. Enterprise goes broke.
Okay,
That's good. The title is under your name
correct. In the trust.
in the trust. So, which means that when, bankruptcy happens, sometimes you might be forced by court to liquidate or whatever stuff. So now the city doesn't have vehicles. We have given you everything we have. Now, how do we handle that situation? We have 0 vehicles and the city has to run.
Well, I don't think the court can force the trust to go in bankruptcy, number one, because it's a bankruptcy remote entity. But I mean, just to give you an idea, Enterprise is only one investment grade rated businesses in the world. We're probably one of the most solvent companies you will ever see as an organization. We have the family who owns Enterprise, the Taylor family owns Enterprise, is one of the most stable groups and ownership groups in the world today. Enterprise is so far removed from things of that nature, even during crazy COVID times where travel shut down and our rental car business, was dropped off dramatically, especially in the first, it was really only about 3-4 months that really affected it realistically. But even then, in those times, there was no even risk of that even occurring, or even talks with an organization that could ever possibly go. I mean, we're an extremely solvent organization. Plus, and again, I just go back to vehicles are held in trust for a reason, to make them bankruptcy remote, and so that the ability of the likelihood that happens is so remote that it's almost impossible for it to happen.
No, but the vehicles are managed by the incorporated
Enterprise
companies,
Fleet
which is
Management
not
Inc. manages,
trust.
but
Yes.
the trust actually holds the title. So the Fleet Management Inc. does not, Enterprise Fleet Management Inc., the operating entity of the company, does not have oversight into the trust. The trust is the remote. I mean, obviously, we had a lot of attorneys vet this through as well, so. It's really a non, I understand your concern, but it's really a non-concern, just to be, that it should not be a concern that you should even think about.
All right, Council, are you okay at this time if I call up Mr. Williams, our finance director, for just a minute? If you want to just have a seat, Nick, you can. How are you, Mr. Williams? Sorry, we've been talking about this for a while, and
Yes.
and
Good
I don't know
evening,
if you've
Mayor.
been able to, follow along. We've got the screen up there right now of the cash flow analysis, which I think you probably have in your packet. So I just want to run through a few things that I think we all know, but let's just clarify, just to kind of refresh, because we do have some new council members that were not here last year in the budget. But we did have a balanced budget that we passed for this fiscal year of 2024, 2025. And in that, we had a net balance of $203,000 approximately. So that's what we had. Since then, we have acquired at least approximately $48,000, I believe, for bank reconciliations. I think that's the total that I saw. So if we don't have any savings that we can find in the budget, then that would come from that $203K. Would that be correct, a fair statement?
And without getting all the numbers,
Yeah,
I would say that we did have some cost savings because we're supposed to be hiring a staff accountant
yeah.
for about $50,000. So portion of that, this is almost half the year, kind of take care of that portion, just a portion, because there have been other costs that hit the city as well this year. But along those lines, there's a lot of things that is moving, very fluid. We've been short-staffed, as you know, in the finance and other departments. Couple things to point out for council and the city manager is benefits is steady rising. Healthcare to be considered in this budget coming up. Employee raises, promotions is very important, like healthcare benefits. We like to retain these great employees at the city of Keene, or else there's other cities I'm just throwing it out there, no numbers.
Yeah, we did give a lot of pay raises out in this budget year that we need to make sure the next budget year is going to finance.
Exactly. Debt, our obligations, those numbers is going up. And a couple more things. The workload has increased on all the employees. They have been overworked. We have more overtime than ever across the board. The vendors, including myself as a vendor, everything increases. Nothing changes. And let me share that with you, very important. This is not my first rodeo of being a vendor. I done this 5 years ago before I came to Keene.
That's what I thought.
Okay? So, speaking for myself and other vendors, I'm coming your way. But let's make one thing clear. I'm different from any other vendor there is. I have a relationship with the city of Keene. So powerful that my trustworthiness is unetched. It's bar none. And I'm not bragging up here of who I am. This is how I've been since day one. Mayor and the mayor pro tem were the first one that saw me my first day. The trust wasn't there, the looks and the perception that everything wasn't there. And they even mentioned, could this be done? And we was more in a financial hardship than we are today, as you know. Everything was compromised. Y'all gave me 18 months. I did it in 4. I said that because we've done more things since I've been here. The fire chief can come up and say, we got a $1.5 million fire truck and brush truck with less money, but we prepared for those things. Everything we done, we prepared for. And to see this shift doesn't scare me. It's just another challenge before me. And while I am continuing to be a contract consultant for the city until you let me go as of April 30th, I will continue to do my best because I have compassion and passion. 2 things. I'm passionate about the people who I work with and I serve for and what I do for this city. But I'm compassionate about my work. That's my legacy. So I'll leave you with no numbers, but the word of recommendation that you take this on with this city manager. I met challenges like this my whole life for 35 years. I smile. We can overcome this. We can do this. But it's going to take some planning and some thought and some review, because really we have a budget come before me. Well, I won't be here because April 3rd is my last day until council or city manager approves it. We have a budget before us. We don't know the numbers yet. Sales tax, we don't know anything what's going to happen to that. We have to finalize our audit. That's the first thing. We got a response today. We have to get the preliminary budget in order to institute this program based on your consideration. Then we got to deal with our staffing issues with their pay, with the benefits, professional service, which is me if you want to kick me out the door April 30th. All these things is in front of you, along with the Enterprise Fleet Program, by the way. Can it be done? Yes, it can. But we got to look at the numbers first. And that's my order of the day. Any questions?
I want to thank you one more time again for helping us with the fire engine. That will be your legacy. We did great with that. That was just a whole well-rounded effort between you and me and the fire chief, and we were able to pull that off in like 5 days. That is huge, and I cannot thank you enough for that.
Thank you. Thank you all.
I have a question for you, Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Last year, I remember when Mr. Batla was our city manager, it was budget season, and you guys were appropriating funds for the different departments, so that way the general fund didn't get so overcrowded. So, for example, if I remember right, the front ladies, the receptionists, half of their salary went towards water sewer, and then half went to general fund because they simultaneously do both of those jobs at the same time. And so in order to split them so that way it goes into the bucket that it belongs to, if I can say it like that. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because the mayor brought that up earlier, and I just thought of it, was that's another thing that's going to actually help save the general fund a little bit, is if the water sewer department pays their fair share of this kind of a program. So is it, one, am I accurate in what I'm saying? And two, does that make sense by both of these entities, the city general fund and the water sewer, they're both going to be paying their fair share in accordance, right? I mean, based on the vehicle usage, right? Does that make sense to you, that question?
Yes, sir, Councilman. Very good question. One of the ladies, for instance, handles court. She also works in the utility billing department. It is split because court is under general fund. Correct. We don't want 100% in one particular fund when she does both. Yeah. So yes, a lot of functions in the city, in administration, handles both funds or work functionally in both funds. So yes, they should get paid accordingly to how they're being worked. Now, the other part with the enterprise, if it affects water and sewer, yes, it will be a portion allocated to water and sewer for that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
I have
Go ahead, Mr. Goodwill.
this is not finance related though, but might be maybe the city manager or I don't know who is in charge of the public maintenance, like public works or something like that. But this is just like an extra information out there. I know there are some cities, with enterprise, I know they're going to log, you have to work with someone from your company, and somebody has to be, either Public Works will be tracking, managing the software, trying to plug in when the oil change is due, when to send it to the, the shop, and when to send it back, things like that. So, but I know there are some cities that are doing it by themselves. Mm-hmm. A very good example is there's a city called the Keene County, that's in California. And they did have, and by the way, the enterprise, what it's bringing in-house is maintenance and tracking management system where they know which vehicles can be repaired through the normal process and which one can be sent to the dealers under warranty. And that's what most cities lack, and we end up having issues. So with this company, they were able to save, with this city, they were, the county, they were able to save $18,000 to $24,000 per month by installing a software that was able to transmit the manual, whatever process that they used to do, to transmit that data into the city or county database or computers wirelessly, where there are notifications when the oil change is due and things that you need to take care of. So I don't know if the city has explored other options and maybe do a benchmark with these other, cities and see if that process can also help us save the costs with the maintenance with these vehicles that we are trying to keep track of.
So just so you know, I mean, all the entities we work with, we put in that those systems in place. It's part of our it's a kind of a default of how our program actually works. So we're tracking, inputting data on the city's behalf. The city's no longer having to track expenses anymore. I always say you'll never have to build a spreadsheet again unless you really, really, really like spreadsheets for some reason. I mean, our job is to collect all that data, get it through a lot of different sources, through automated entries we get through telemax devices, which we haven't got to yet. By the way, I know that was a topic someone wanted to talk about. We get it through data collection from the repair facilities that we work with. We get data entry from the fuel cards when they're swiped. We even get it from other types of areas. It could be from different vendors that we collect data. We collect data from a lot of different points and bring them all together into our platform, so that the city when they want to look at information, they can find the data very easily without having to go paperwork. I remember even when we were doing the initial data collection for pulling together all the fleet information, that was a laborious task just to come up with the list and what we had, how many miles were on the vehicles. That was very challenging for the city. So those are things that we make very, very easy and automated, to your point. And so that, until you're talking about, they saved on some labor costs that they were internalizing, especially with really large entities. That's really common. They spend a lot. The average cost to actually pay a single invoice is like $7, believe it or not. Every time a transaction happens, there are times someone receives it, someone looks at it, someone enters in, someone actually logs the PO, someone actually cuts the check. So we're doing all that stuff on your behalf so that it reduces your internalized labor cost around that stuff too. So there's a lot of different nuances to what we're talking about that are really hard sometimes to represent onto an analysis like this. The soft dollar cost of not having employees actually turn wrenches on vehicles, which is probably incurring overtime hours, which I heard earlier. I mean, all those little things are other impact points that are really hard to represent in an analysis. I think that kind of plays into what you looked at there.
I know every vehicle that comes into our shop, we have to log it into the enterprise website. Mm-hmm. And you have to get approval. You have to have mileage, date, what you're doing to it, exact cost. And it tells you exactly what they pay and what you can charge. And it's all logged right there in the computer, and you have to get approval before you can even go any farther.
Yep. We set thresholds. So there's certain repairs that are going to be automatically approved if they're under a threshold. If they're in between a threshold, it goes to one of our technicians to audit cost of labor, cost of parts, especially if the shop tells us, the common thing, this thing needs an air filter and has 1,000 miles on it, stuff like that. We'll catch that stuff really, really quick. Or if it's above a threshold, we're going to bring that to the city. Usually it's above $1,500. We're going to come to you and say, hey, here's what's going on with the vehicle. We either recommend or don't recommend a house repair done, especially if it's an aged unit. We might say, hey, let's don't do this on this vehicle. Let's sell this thing. This doesn't make sense to put that kind of dollars in.
Yeah, I had one last week that they brought in. We quoted $4,000 worth of work to it. And they're like, no, we're trading it off in 6 months. It's going out, so don't fix it.
Yeah, they kind of
just saved that $4,000, or they saved the $4,000. I lost the $4,000.
Sorry.
But it comes back. What goes around comes around. Yeah, eventually.
Yeah, exactly. I think we actually have a report. We have a client savings report. We also internally call it the Attaboy report, kind of the Attaboy good job, that we track that sort of stuff like that, areas of opportunity that we've uncovered, and we actually bring that to y'all every year. So, hey, here's the areas where we uncovered areas of opportunity to reduce some costs in some areas that you might have never even thought about. Even things like something called goodwill assistance. So this is a goodwill is something like a repair that occurred outside of warranty, potentially, that we can directly connect to a warranty-related item that occurred, and we can go back to the manufacturer and negotiate dollars back from there as well. So there's all sorts of, there's a lot of nuances to vehicle management. It's vast. There's 100,000 data points that we look at any one given time of how we pull all this together.
Mr. Foster, do you have a question?
Oh, yeah. It's not a question. It's just, I kind of want to piggyback on Mr. Williams' statement about health care raises. those kinds of things. Those, they translate into morale, ultimately. And here we asking people, we've got 11 vehicles of our, however, 52, that are 4 years or newer. The rest of them are all older, and I'm sure it's kind of demoralizing, especially for our, I think the fire chief had to leave his truck plugged in to a charger all the time because it wouldn't start. He had a battery that was draining down. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on. That leads to a morale issue when we're competing in budget time with the surrounding cities who their guys are driving new cars. Joshua is doing this. Alvarado, I think, was doing this. There were a handful of cities in our surrounding areas that are doing this, driving new cars, and our poor guys are starting them with a crank. So it's something else to think about out there. And it's not going to save us a ton of money. I think that the projection here is, if I remember right, was like $36,000 a year, basically $360,000 over 11 years, which $36,000 is not a lot of money, but the message it sends to our employees is, hey, we value you, we care about you, and let's do the best thing we can for them to show them that we appreciate them.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
always say,
Counsel, go ahead.
I always say that if I can help you run a new fleet for the same dollars you're spending today, then I've done my job, I've done it well, right? And we can create some savings there that can help do something that's great, that's kind of gravy to things. And to your point, the people who are coming to work are getting younger and younger, right? The officers you're hiring are getting younger and younger. And I get older, they get younger. I don't know how that happens, right? But and so you want people to have pride in what they work at. I firmly believe that when you get in a car that's 15 years old, and especially on a police car, the whole left side of the seat from the 30 officers that slid in there before have worn it out, or the steering wheel's falling apart, that can't feel great, or the engine's knocking. Can't feel great, but when you get in there and you have a nice new vehicle and you know you're going to have another one in the city, there's pride in that. I firmly believe there's other ancillary benefits to whether you do it with me or not. That doesn't really matter, but y'all really got to do something to, come and empower your employees.
And just something that hasn't, where'd he go? There he is, Don. If I remember right. Hang in there, buddy.
Give him a stool to sit.
If I remember right, you said there were 55 new housing permits this year. Was that correct? I mean, last 24, right? Yes. Which will come online this year. They're ad valorem taxes, right? This next fiscal year.
Next year.
So that's going to add significantly to our tax base, as will ALSIPs add to our. So we might be spending a lot of time trying to really justify this when in fact we can afford it. We're going to $89,000 net to the good the first year. So I don't know, and I'm just going to go ahead and make a motion. I'd like to see us move forward with this enterprise leasing agreement.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to move forward and give direction to staff on entering a contract with Enterprise for fleet management by Foster, and a second by Smith. Oh, sorry, I'm writing this down, getting a little tired here. It's 9 o'clock. All right, any further discussion on this motion?
Okay, Mayor. So I know we have discussed some things here, and this is going to, we can vote whichever way we are voting, but when I'm listening to Charles, the finance director is telling us that he doesn't have the numbers. We don't know what we are getting into. And by getting into the contract, I don't even have the contract. The person that's going to see the contract is the city manager. And my question is, do you have other cities that you have presented it and they refuse to take this analysis or plan that you're trying to help us to get into?
Have I ever had a city tell me
within Johnson County?
What's that? In Johnson County?
Yes.
No. That has said no, we don't want to move forward with this?
Yes.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, there is a city here.
Not to my
and
knowledge.
You know, and there's another city here that, actually, I can say Granbury,
Just partnered with us.
yes. But how long did it take?
Oh, wait, for them,
Since April 6th,
since when?
and then April 6th, that's when you presented as a workshop like today.
Yeah, I mean, there was probably, I don't think it's quite a year, but it was close to that, from the initial data grab until they approved, but from the first, the city council approval to one, I don't think definitely wasn't a year, but it was a few months. But we also had, we weren't up against model years and stuff in the same way, and
Okay.
so we didn't have to escalate it in the same way, but a little different, but yeah, they've been a partner for a couple of months now, when they approved it 3 months ago, I think.
And by the way, they did set up a committee that looked into those. They say the devil is in the details, and leasing is expensive than owning. And however much we are trying to say, oh, it's going to save us, and all this, leasing is expensive than owning. And that's what we have done for many years. And by the city just saying, let's go spend it, remember this city hall, we did spend also almost 10 million, and we are paying it. And most of the taxpayers out there are not happy, and that's why they had to get rid of the whole council.
5 million.
You're saying?
It wasn't 10 million, it was 5 million.
No, it was 10 million.
No.
Community center and the city hall.
I think it was 10 or 11, but counting. the
11
community
million.
center.
We are paying it off, but we
City
did,
Hall,
the city hall plus the community center, they were merged together. So this is the 2.0 of the city hall project, where you are taking the assets that, of course, they depreciate, and then you are putting it under a fleet management, and then you have a consistency of, you have almost 500,000 every year that you're committing yourself, because we normally replace these vehicles as needed based on the budget projection. And now you're going to say you are committing yourself for 10 years, unless another council comes in and cancel this, you're going to pay 500,000 that is going to be an expense that's going to be consistent for the next 10 years. And I hope you can explain to the taxpayer how that's going to work out once those other expenses that the finance director said comes online. Remember, at the moment we are paying some of these employees, the pay increase, the pay raises and all that stuff, insurance. We are paying using the COVID money. Once that dries out, we might realize that we might be in red. And do you know what that does? It affects our credit rating, which means anything we are going to get from here forward, it's going to be what? We are going to pay higher. So there are some implications, and according to me, I'll recommend, however you're going to vote, either to set a committee to look into this in details. Once we have the budget comes online, then we can make a decision. I would like to support it if I have the numbers. But right now, we are doing the same thing we did at the City Hall project.
Mayor,
Thank you.
I would like to restate my motion if I could.
Okay.
I'd like to say that I'd like to give direction to staff to move forward, but with the budget, like delve into the budget to see if we have the money to move forward, if that makes sense. I'm not just saying tonight, hey, we're going to sign the paperwork with Mr. Enterprise. I'm saying, let's give them some due diligence and come back. I'm sorry, Mr.
Okay, so we want to give direction to staff to move forward with,
Yeah,
how would we word this?
well,
So,
sit down with the budget and let us know if it
I
makes
agree
sense
that we need to make sure that we
monetary
have the
standpoint.
numbers, council. We can't move forward unless we know we have the numbers. We can't spend money based on houses that we think are coming in that might or might not be on the tax rolls that we're not aware of.
Right, now,
And
the way
we
I
all-
under-
yeah,
the way
we-
I understood it was just a meet and greet kind of tonight,
Yeah.
just a presentation.
To move forward with this, I'm not saying we're signing the paperwork tonight. I'll make that very clear.
Okay, no signing the paperwork tonight. So you want to give direction to the city manager to,
Analyze the proposal in line with the budget.
One more time.
Analyze the proposal in line with the budget.
Okay,
And
analyze,
present findings at the next,
okay, analyze the proposal in
at a
line.
future council meeting.
Okay, analyze the proposal in line with the budget and bring back,
His findings at a
bring
future
back his,
council
and
meeting.
bring back his findings.
Right, at a future meeting.
Can I say just one quick thing? So, just so you know, I'll kind of go back to the thing I told you before, that even if the council approves, hey, executing all our master agreements, getting the final city attorney review of all those things, and those get executed, and we get your kind of approved and all that stuff, you still have to bring back all the individual, we don't go off and just order 29 vehicles. It's really, really, really clear. We have to have those all vetted through a separate council meeting all together before we actually can move forward, though, just so you know. So we're gonna put together all the specs. There'll be a final vehicle of real super, super fine-tuned cost analysis of the vehicles that we're going to anticipate replacing. We're gonna put some hard numbers on, because we need to pull some real hard numbers on those 3 units right there that we're gonna potentially infuse capital back into the city on those, and that's has to come back through a separate council meeting altogether. Even to say, yeah, we want to move forward tonight, that's all fine and good, we execute agreements and all that, but that doesn't actually start any sort of payments, nor does that start any vehicle orders until we've gone through the next phase of this. I just want to make everybody really, really clear as far as how that goes.
Okay, Mayor.
Part of this exercise was budget season is coming. So do we want to try to work this in, or do we want to kick the can down the road and, cross our fingers and hope we don't have 6 vehicles die this next year? That's the whole point of this.
Okay, Mayor. I think I would like to support to look into this, take time to look into this. And the reason is when you are committing yourself for 10 years, and that's why I had to speak, I speak to almost like 90% of these residents here in Keene. So we have to be very careful when you are committing yourself 10 years. And that's why I recommend if we can have a committee that can work with the city manager because
It's not 10 years. It's not 10 years, Mr. Gutwa. It's every lease has its own termination. The most you're probably going to get is 4 years, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
But it's not a 10-year commitment. These are just a 10-year projection of if we do tonight or today or sometime soon, this is a projection over 10 years. It's not a 10-year commitment. We can opt out of each lease as they come up. Some will be 1 year, some will be 2, some will be 4.
But you are stuck for 5 years until you pay that. That's what you are missing.
No,
Once
I'm
you
not
sign in.
I'm not missing anything. I've got
Okay.
a full picture. I've been here for 2
Okay.
hours listening to this.
Okay, it's the taxpayers' money. I mean, you can explain to the taxpayer. But, okay, so the thing is, I'm saying once you can change your mind, but you have to commit for 5 years until that vehicle is paid off. You are not off the hook with enterprise because you change your mind. You are stuck for 5 years with that decision that you are making. And during inflation, you have to keep the employees paid, services running. Unless you want to cut services, you have to pay that commitment.
But the lease rate stays the same
No,
for each vehicle. For each vehicle, the terms of that lease, it stays the same.
but it tends to vary based on, they are saying, based on the
resale value
inflation.
may go up or down, but the lease terms stay the same. In fact, the buyout is going to be whatever's on the lease agreement.
Correct.
We might get more money back, but we won't get less.
So why can't we get a committee? Granbury did it, and they did pick and say, okay, what is going to be an added value to Keene as a taxpayer?
We are
And
the committee. This is it. You're looking at the committee right here.
No, they took, how many months did they take, Granbury?
I can pull the actual hard.
And they did not, almost a year, and they did not take the full amount. They took less than the vehicles that they were supposed to, because of the
But here's the
cost
thing,
issues.
Councilman Gutwa, they took it. So
No,
obviously it made sense,
No, they took less than.
but they took it, right?
Because once they went into the contract, they found out some fine details, they backed out of some of the recommendations. And it took them almost a year to dig that and find out those details. And will it be nice for us to have that option so that the city manager and the committee can work together? Is going to fix that projection that he had on, on average. It's wrong. Based on the projection that he used, the 3 vehicles per year on average, we don't do that. And that first column there is affecting all those years that you're seeing. So we might find we are not saving any money, or we are saving maybe 15 or 6,000 a year.
That's the savings, isn't it?
If,
Our employees are driving new cars?
and he's saying he's going to pull the odd numbers. So if he can work with the committee, and then we can look at the numbers, finance, look at the numbers, and we can say, go ahead or adjust the numbers of the vehicles that we are letting go to the enterprise.
So
I'm just saying for the sake of the taxpayer out there, because you have to explain to them one of these days, like, why did you make that decision? Did you take your time? Was it an emergency?
Well, nobody's saying jump in there tonight. Well, I think we all agreed we're going to do some due diligence. All I'm saying is this looks good at first blush. Let's bring Mr. Williams and his crew together with the city manager and Mr. Hardwick here and bring back some hard numbers. This is just painting with a broad brush, but on the surface it looks good. So I say let's move forward with it. I'm not saying we're going to sign our life away tonight. There may be a hybrid model where we keep those 4 cars that are, or however many cars are only 4 years old, they're debt-free, and lease the rest of them. All I'm saying is let's move forward with this thing.
Yeah, if the city makes execute tonight, again, we're gonna have some vehicles that we recommend really quick. There's gonna be some that are gonna take longer to do, and this is gonna be a slow trudge. It's gonna take months to get all the vehicles ordered, after we get through equipment, going through specs and everything, especially the more detailed vehicles. So this isn't, again, I go back to this isn't, like to your point, this isn't just pulling. And just so you know, it took us from our very first meeting with Granbury till we actually got it active about 9 months.
Almost a year, yes.
9 months. From our initial meeting with the initial city manager to, with Chris and all them, and to all the way to the fruition of everything was roughly about 9 months.
All right, council, I'm going to go ahead and speak for a minute, if you don't mind, and voice my opinion as your mayor. I've been doing this for 6 years, 6+ years now. I've gone through 6 city budgets, and I know how tight our city budgets have been. And there's been years that we can do more than other years, and this past year was a pretty tight budget. We decided that we wanted to focus on payroll, and we wanted to give city raises out, and we wanted to implement a step plan, a lateral transfer plan for our police and fire. We felt like that was important, and it was time to do that. And in order to do that, as Mr. Goot was pointed out, we did use some COVID funds to do that, and we now have deplenished that supply. So that COVID fund that we had, we were able to use it for some of the pay raises for police and fire, our first responders, because they allowed it under that policy. But that money is now allocated already off, and it's gone. And one of the considerations we need to look at coming into this next budget year is some of the things like the fact that our property tax appraisals have recently been frozen for 3 years. So every year we've been used to getting about $200,000 to $300,000 extra dollars in revenue coming in from those appraisals going up, and some of it from new development. But this year we're not expecting all of those appraisals to go up because they're all frozen. And we are only expecting maybe a handful of houses, we don't know, that might go on the tax rolls, but it's not going to increase us. We did increase our taxes this last year. I think it was almost 11%. Even though we had that extra money coming in, we decided we had to keep it because we needed it to balance the budget. And that's why we were not able to adopt the no new revenue rate, which has essentially kept our monies the same. And also hasn't posted its first quarter sales report yet. So even though I know we're all excited that we have our first commercial business in town and they seem to be doing really, really well, we don't know how well, and we haven't incorporated that into the budget yet. So we don't really know what they're going to bring in, and when they do start bringing it in and we start accounting for it, we don't really know where that money's going to go and how we're going to use that in order to meet our payroll or maybe meet our insurance requirement or anything else that might fall into the budget that we might need it for this year. I mentioned already that we got the water sewer plant upgrade in 10 years at a cost of $10 million. And you know how much we've set aside for that so far to spend it? Nothing, because we don't have a plan. We haven't come up with a plan on how to do it yet. We're counting on the fact that there's a little bit of profit from our water price in our enterprise fund every year, but we're not really setting it aside in a specialized account and seeing something grow to say, hey, we've already saved $1 million of that 10 million. We're not doing that. It's not there. We need to do that. That's kind of a priority, because if not, we're going to piggyback that bill onto the expense of our people that are paying our water sewer bills, which is about, what, 3,000 customers, I think, within the city. So it's going to affect a lot more people than even pay property tax if we start hiking our sewer bills and our water bills, because we didn't plan. And some of the major companies in Keene experienced a sales tax drop. We all got an email that the city manager sent us letting us know that. And so that's a consideration. When you start seeing people say that their sales tax is dropping or just slightly reducing, then that kind of tells you the economy is slowing down a little bit. And Mr. Batla did inform us in the last year that we needed to really tighten our belts in the upcoming year, because he did project that our expenditures were going to be greater than our revenue. And we went off of that, and he showed us the numbers. He did a PowerPoint presentation, and I believe that he is right, that the economy has slowed down, and that's causing that. The tax freezes the tax appraisal freeze is gonna further show that we're gonna slow down a little bit. And there's a lot of figures that we just don't know yet. We don't know what our employee insurance is gonna be. Every year it goes up like 15%. It was supposed to be like 1.1 million last year. I think they negotiated it down to somewhere around 900,000. I'm not really sure on the exact number, but every year it goes up, and we tweaked it last year. And why did we tweak it? Because we didn't have the money to not tweak it. Mr. Batla informed us that it was unsustainable the way it was. We were offering such a great plan. Our city could not continue to fund that because we just didn't have the revenue to support it. And it also created morale issues with staff because we had to tell them we're tweaking it. If we find that we go ahead and sign this too early, and I know he's just talking at this moment about getting a proposal with budget, but if we even do that in this fiscal year, before we even get to the next fiscal year and find out what those property tax numbers are coming in, which don't come in until the end of June, I think we're jumping the gun a little bit, and we're spending money that we don't know that we've got yet. And my fear is that we're going to sign before we get our next budget settled and get the proper fine, on the fine lines and everything tweaked. And then we're going to find that we ran short on funds, because this year we only had 203K. So even though I know we might find a line item, 150,000 of maintenance that we're going to eliminate when this plan implements, it won't go out the first year, because we'll still have to keep that, because it's going to take him several months to trade out those cars. So we'll still have to keep something in a maintenance line item until those cars all get traded out, and we're constantly using him and not ourselves to maintenance some of our vehicles. But when this all happens and stuff, it's going to take time, and we don't know. There's so many unknowns. I'm just scared that there are so many unknowns that we don't know right now because of everything that we've already done in the past, and knowing that we just had 203 net. He's talking about 628,000. So let's say it is 203 minus 628. We're looking at 400,000 shortfall. If that ends up what it ends up being, because we don't know yet, what are we going to do? What are we going to do when we find out we ran 400,000 short because we're locked into a contract with him that we can't get out of, because we can't undo this once we start it? So are we willing to sacrifice the employee insurance and throw away dependent coverage and drop them down to zero and irritate our staff employee morale some more? Are we willing to lay off people? Is that what we're thinking we might do? What would we do to come up with it? Our two greatest expenditures for the city is employee pay and insurance benefits. That is the most that we allocate out of that budget, and it's the two areas that we can sometimes drop to save money. Other than that, we're raising taxes. And we already raised them last year by not lower them to the no new revenue rate, so they would go up again. And if they go up too high and we find we have to, we get into the rollback rate, then citizens can protest. It's a whole nother bargain. It's a whole nother game. So there's just so much.
We didn't raise taxes last year.
Yeah, we did.
No, we didn't.
We did. You voted to
Kept it the
approve it.
same.
It's in the budget. Just
It's
look it
the
up. It's in the
same.
budget.
It's the exact same as it
When
was
you
here.
don't adopt the no new revenue rate, you are raising taxes because you're taking that excess revenue. Yes, you are. Yes, you
No,
are, sir.
It's
in the-
mathematically impossible, Mayor. It's the same
It's in
number.
the wording that we do every time you voted on it, and you all voted on it. Just review the motion that you made when you voted on it.
I'm perfectly happy with
You
the
voted
way
on
I
a tax
voted.
increase, and it says tax increase.
What was the rate, Mayor?
You voted. I don't have the rates in front of me, but we can argue this all night, and it's 9:22.
Let's go.
So I'm
I
just
just don't
telling
like
you.
it when you make a statement that's not true. That's the part that bothers me. We
Okay.
didn't raise taxes. We kept the tax rate the exact same it was for the year before.
But
I
the
know.
home values went up.
Yeah.
So the taxpayers paid more than what they paid last year.
I know I paid
But the
more.
rate was the same.
Yeah, you're getting the rate confused with the increase. I get it.
No, I'm not getting anything confused. For the record, the tax rate stayed the same. The fact that I paid more taxes is because my home was appraised for more, not because of what the city did with the tax rate.
Okay, I know you don't like what I'm saying, and it's not what you want to hear because you made a motion to approve this and move it forward, and I am countering that. I get it,
No,
but just
no.
let me finish speaking, and then we can move on, and then I can call for a vote.
But I just want what you say to be absolutely true, that's all, because it goes out
Okay,
over the interwebs.
You can call me out later and
No,
call the
I
true
just want to
police on
address
me
it
if
when
you
it
want.
comes up, Mayor.
So what I'm saying, council, and I'm appealing to this side over here because this is the reasonable side here, that we don't want to spend money that we don't have.
Careful, Mayor.
We don't want to spend money that we don't have.
If you're
Oh,
accusing
don't-
me of being
I'm meaning to people
unreasonable,
that didn't actually make the motion and second it. That's who I'm appealing to
But-
right now, and telling them I think we need to wait. We need to sleep on this. This is a big decision. Once we start locking this in, going down this road, before we know if we have the money to even do it, we're just wasting everybody's time. We need to wait until the next budget cycle starts. We get into that budget year. We've heard the presentation. We now know how much it's going to cost. We can keep that on the back of our minds. We can bring this back in 6 months, and we can look at this when we get the next budget cycle going and see if there's going to be an extra $600,000 to do this. And then we'll already know. That's what I'm asking tonight.
Mayor?
what was my motion?
I'm sorry?
Would you please repeat my motion?
I'm going to repeat your motion. All right, so at this time, we have a motion on the floor to move forward with analyzing the proposal on moving forward with a motion to give direction to staff on moving forward to analyze the proposal in line with the budget and bring back the findings at a future council meeting. April 3rd, should we put a date on it? Because, no, don't need to put a date on it, okay? So we're going to give direction to staff on entering a contract with Enterprise for fleet management or giving contract to the city manager to analyze the proposal in line with the budget to bring back his findings at a future meeting.
So
On
please
entering
point out
into
to
a
there,
contract.
what is unreasonable in that motion?
I didn't say there was anything unreasonable. I'm stating my opinion.
I know, but you're accusing this side of being
I'm
unreasonable.
saying you made a motion and you made a second.
He changed his motion, so therefore I didn't even second it yet.
I know, I haven't gotten to that yet. We're
Well,
not there
no,
yet.
but you threw us in the same bucket just a little bit
I'm
ago.
sorry, you're offended. All right, so Mr. Foster, are you agreeable that that is the motion that you would like to make?
Since you started over and reread 3 times, I'd like to hear the entirety of that motion.
All right, Mr. Foster, would you like to make a motion to give direction to staff to analyze the proposal in line with the budget and bring back the findings at a future council meeting in regard to a contract with Enterprise for fleet management? And would you be agreeable to amending your second to that motion?
Would anybody else like to second it, so that way I don't put this in the same bucket?
I'll second that motion.
There you go.
Okay, I have a question though. Okay, when you open the discussion.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Foster, and we now have a new second by Chapman. Smith has withdrawn his motion. So do you want any further discussion on the motion?
Yes, I have a question. How long have you worked on this project? Because what you're saying is to go and look at the numbers and, you know, figure out what's going on and bring it back.
Yes, that's a
So-
reasonable thing to do.
Please, if you are disrupting the meeting, it's not
I
something
have
right.
had- I have had 3 meetings with Nick. I think the longest one took about an hour. And again, I've never even involved my finance. This is going to be a much deeper dive. And so I don't want a timeline on this because I don't know how long this is going to take. All I know is budget season's coming up. I would like to see these numbers to see if this is something we can put into next year's budget, to see if we can make this work. And when the time is right, I will let you know when I'm ready to bring it back.
So basically, you're going to restudy it again and get us new numbers.
These are broad strokes right now, broad strokes, okay? Step 1 right now is getting my new finance director in place so that she can be a part of this process as well. Again, Mr. Councilman Foster's motion is very reasonable. I'm not trying to push this tomorrow. I'm just simply stating this is what a lot of cities do. It's been good enough for them. I think it would be a good solution to a problem that's only going to get worse if we continue to wait. And when the time is, but I'm not going to waste my time if this is, you know, if we're not going to consider this. So right now, all I need is direction that council is good with considering this as an option, so that because this has taken time, and I don't want to invest more of my time because the city has a lot of things that we need to do and get done. So I want to make sure that I'm not wasting my time researching this. That's all I'm asking.
The reason I'm asking, because we are giving you an option to go and look into numbers. Then my question comes, are there other companies that does the same service of leasing to government, local government, so that we can compare and say, okay, here you are doing well, here you are doing this? Because that's the question the taxpayer will ask. Was this an emergency? Maybe not. Were there other options or alternatives? Did you try everything? We might say no. Then you have to pay that price. And I hate to see the city manager being under pressure because of that decision. And that's why I say it will be wise to have a committee, and we had even budget committee and all that stuff, to study these numbers, to ask those questions. When it comes to the council, it's something that is going to make sense to the taxpayer. I'm just saying it's a commitment. It might look like it's not a big deal, other cities are doing it, but some have passed on this because of what they found. Some of the details, they backed out within Johnson County. You haven't even found out about that. And some have also accepted the plan, but they had to cut down the numbers. And, you know, so it's not a one-fit-all. We might find that we only need the public works to have the fleets based on the usage. We have the fire department, we have the police department. So there are so many things that we can look into that, but the committee will be reasonable, because if you make a decision and then you are shouldering that decision, because the worst thing that can happen, like what happened to this city hall, the taxpayer voted out everybody. They just cleaned out the house. And then the city manager that was there was faced by a new council, and they wanted to face a different direction. So I hate to see that happen, putting all that in your shoulder to make that commitment, which might look like we are saving money, instead of putting it under committee, take the process, study the numbers, and then bring it before the council. Granbury has done it.
That's what we're doing.
I thought that's what he was asking to do.
Yes, but he's doing it by himself. I'm just saying.
No, he's doing it with all these gentlemen, and he's gonna bring it to council.
Can we call the question?
Hey, Lisa, I have something to say. What I don't understand is, I don't know why all of you just don't agree and let it go till whenever, see what the budget is, like you said before, go from there. I think Rob right in the way. I mean, our cop cars are trash. And if we ain't got no cop cars, I don't know what you guys gonna do about cops. I told them that. So you guys need to make a decision what's gonna happen here. This guy right here does a job more than anybody in the city, and nobody appreciates it, don't sound like. You know, I hear you guys said firemen, this and that, but that guy right there works harder than anybody in this city, please. Right there, he works double his legs that he should.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and call for a vote at this time. So we have a motion on the floor to give direction to staff to analyze the proposal in line with the budget and bring back his findings at a future council meeting on entering into a contract with Enterprise for Fleet Management by Foster, and a second by Chapman. All in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed? Or the motion is carried.
Thank you all so much. Appreciate it all the time. I know it
Thank you,
was
Mr.
a very
Hartwick.
late night with a lot of discussion. So I don't think I hit your record of midnight.
I told you it wasn't going to be 30 minutes.
Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you, Nick.
All right, moving on to agenda item number 8, executive session. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, Texas Government Code, the city council may convene into executive session at any time during the meeting and that a need arises For the city council to seek advice from the city attorney as to any posted item and by the following authority. A, 551.0711, city attorney consultation. I, Covington Acres Development and Lloyd Thomas claim involving property at 307 East Highway 67. And B, 551.087, 551.072, economic development negotiations, real property, Covington Acres Development. It is 9:33 PM. I am convening us into executive session.
Second.